Hello everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. As always, there will only be one ad spot during this video, and that is right after the intro. This way, your sleep doesn't get interrupted by intrusive ads. Also, we have added a membership to our channel. For just $1.99 a month, you will get access to an exclusive membership badge, emotes, priority reply and comments, and special members-only live streams. Also, please make sure that you like, comment, and subscribe. It really helps me out a lot. Now, without further ado, lay back, relax, and listen to these true, scary stories. I was watching the Jeffrey Epstein documentary on Netflix last night, and I'm spooked. Literally had a mini panic attack with all these memories flooding in. As I'm laying in bed watching, a girl's face flashes across the screen, and I recognized one of the victims as one of my really good childhood friends. I don't know if it belongs in this subreddit, but here's my story. I've lived in South Florida almost all my life, with my crazy, controlling parents that wouldn't let me do anything as a kid. No phone calls to friends, no extracurricular activities unless it was academic, couldn't have friends over, and you can forget about me going over to anyone's house. Plus, my dad worked at my school during my elementary years, so I had to be on my best behavior. So when I went to middle school, I was pumped. Finally, some type of freedom. My personality started to shine, and making friends came easy to me. Fast forward to a year in, and I had become really good friends with these two girls. Let's call them Heather and Cheyenne. They were both pretty, popular, and friendly, but what fascinated me the most was that Heather was the only girl in middle school that I knew that was able to sleep over at a boy's house. It was something so foreign to me, since my parents told me I couldn't even go on a date with a boy until after I graduated. High school or college, they didn't specify. So, I automatically thought she was the coolest chick I've ever met. Throughout our friendship, we were known as the tripod. We had all these same classes and lunch periods, so we all got pretty close. Over time, Heather would always ask me to hang out with her and Sharon, either after school or on the weekends. But with my parents, there was no way in hell. I did attempt multiple times to ask for permission, with no success each time. Not even a maybe. I was so bummed because I always felt left out, having Heather and Sharon hang out without me. Something I would eventually become grateful for. One day, while sitting out in my courtyard for lunch, Heather pulled me aside and asked what I thought about skipping school for a day. I instantly freaked and thought about the automated message the school calls home with to let your parents know that you weren't at school. If my parents ever got that, I would be toast. So I shut that idea down right away. Kinda laughed it off because there would be no way to pull it off. But she literally would not stop asking. So eventually, she convinced me, and we were ready to start the planning. It took us about a week every day during school lunch to figure out how to pull this off. The thrill of it had me so excited, as I've never done anything like this. The plan was to have my mom drop me off at school as usual, and have the girls there waiting for me, and we would simply just walk off to the gas station that's near the school, and have one of Heather's friends pick us up. Not sure how I planned on dodging the school call, but whatever. Oh, and I forgot to add, Heather made it a point several times to remind me that I need to wear something that would give me an innocent look. I blew this off because I was already only 13 years old. I looked innocent enough. Plan goes smoothly, and we're walking to the gas station. But as we're walking, Heather's cell phone is blowing up, like constant phone calls and texts coming through. Each one she answers, just meet us at the gas station like we usually do. At this point, I'm confused because I thought it was supposed to be the tripod hanging out for the day. As we get closer to the gas station, I see a group of like 7 other girls standing there, and they're all around my same age, like 12 to 14 years old. Some girls I've seen around school, others I don't recognize, but they all perk up when they see Heather walk up. All of a sudden, Heather yells, "Who's ready to make some money?" And almost all the girls raise their hand and start cheering. I grabbed Sharon and asked her what she's talking about, and the look that Sharon gave me is one that I'll never forget. It was like she was saying, "Get out now while you can." It just made me very uncomfortable, and she never ended up saying anything. It was just weird. A big group of young girls who should be in school, just hanging out at the gas station. As we're standing there, 2 black Lincoln Town cars pull up and make a sudden stop right in front of us. Heather starts numbering the girls and tells the first group to get in the car, and as they do, the car speeds away. The other one slowly rolls down the window, and I see this older man with sunglasses on just sitting there smiling. He asks if we're ready to go to the mansion, which excites the 2 other girls standing behind me. He opens the door and they both jump in, followed by Sharon. Heather is standing next to me and nudges me to go on, but as she does, I just start going off on her, asking her what the hell is going on. What are we doing? Who is this man? And why didn't she mention any of this in her plans? She's looking almost annoyed at me and says, "Out of all the girls I bring, you're the only one that's giving me a problem. I thought you would want to get out and finally have some fun. And with your body, you could make a killing." At the time, I was so naive. I didn't know exactly what she meant, but by the tone of her voice and how pressured she was making me feel, I ended up backing out and ran back to school. As embarrassed as I felt for bailing on my friends, I feared my mom and her belt a lot more. Plus, going off in a car with someone I've never met screamed stranger danger. I'm so grateful that my parents put that fear in me, or else I don't know if I would have made that smart decision. After all, I barely hung out with Heather again. She tried a few more times, but I just got bad vibes from her and cut her off. But I always saw her randomly walk out of school towards the gas station, always with a group of girls. Sharon, on the other hand, she started to spiral into depression slowly. She would only hang out with Heather and would cling on to her like a lost puppy. I noticed she would miss school more frequently, until one day, she just stopped coming altogether. Years later, I found out she committed suicide, and recently, after watching the documentary, I'm convinced she was one of Jeffrey Epstein's victims, and Heather was one of his recruiters. Also, I should have mentioned that this happened in 2004 in West Palm Beach, Florida. I reached out to the only childhood friend I stayed in contact with, and she confirmed that that was in fact my friend who went to middle school in that documentary. Since this morning, I've contacted a friend who's in law enforcement to see if I could speak with someone about what I know. Even the little information I have could help out in some way. As for Sharon, I never met anyone in her family, nor did I have any contact information, because like I said, I was on major lockdown back then, and this was 16 years ago. I'm still trying to track them down to see if they know about any of this. It could help explain why she might have taken her own life. I am a 23-year-old guy. I live in a pretty safe neighborhood and usually lock my doors. Last night, apparently I forgot. It was not too long after I had taken my dogs out for the last time and was turning off the TV and lights when one of my dogs started growling. Not too weird since he sometimes does that when people walk by the house. He only does it to certain people, not everyone. I then heard the front door open and someone walk in. My dog then started barking. My other dog, who loves all people, came running from the other room to greet our guest. At the same time, I was reacting to what was happening and went, "Who are you?" Standing in the hall was a guy in his mid to late 20s. He was skinny and tall. Oh wait, I don't think I'm in the right place. He genuinely seemed confused. I replied with, "Hell no you aren't. Please get out." He apologized and said he was coming to hang out with a friend, and just accidentally went to the wrong place. I asked him what house he was looking for, and he said the number. That was just a few numbers off from mine. He apologized again and left. He seemed nice and non-threatening, but I was still kind of spooked. This morning I was ready to laugh the whole thing off. I was planning on telling my neighbor, a couple in their 30s, what happened. I don't know them all too well, but we have talked before. Luckily, I caught with one of them when I was taking my dogs out. I didn't want to come off like I was mad or scared over what happened, so I casually said, "I'm sure he told you about it, but your friend paid me a surprise visit last night." My neighbor gave me this confused look and said, "What are you talking about?" I replied, "Your friend. He walked into my house last night thinking it was your place." My neighbor was quiet for a second, and then said, "I don't want to alarm you, but I have no idea what you're talking about. We didn't have anyone over last night." In 2010, I was driving from New Orleans, Louisiana to Eugene, Oregon. It was just me, a 24-year-old female, and my 2-year-old pit bull in a 14-foot U-Haul truck with everything I owned crammed into the back. A fancy flip phone and my printout of MapQuest directions. I think the first smartphones actually came out around that time, but I didn't have one. Cell phone service was also much spottier, and there were long stretches through the desert where I had zero service for hundreds of miles. I was driving a lonely stretch of highway through central Texas when I realized I hadn't seen a town or exit for a very long time, and my giant U-Haul was really low on gas. Just when I'm starting to freak out and seriously run out of gas, I see a small town coming up. I pull into this town and it's tiny. I was so worried about other things that I never did pay attention to the name of the town, but there were only about 6 streets in the whole place. I go get gas and I'm ready to walk back and get back on the road. Except, I cannot for the life of me find my way back to the highway. I circle the town about 4 times and start getting so frustrated because this is such a tiny town. How can I not find my way out? I can literally see the highway, but I can't get to it. I return to the gas station to ask for directions. Now, when I got gas, I paid at the pump and never went in. When I enter for directions, there's a skinny, nondescript guy who has black hair hanging down in front of his eyes that looks like it could probably use a good wash. He's not particularly creepy, but a little rude. He never really met my eyes. He was looking down at a magazine. He gives me directions that don't sound right at all. He's telling me to take a road that'll get me to the highway in about 17 miles. For a moment, I'm dumbfounded. Then I point out that I didn't drive that far to get from the highway into town. So why so far to get back onto the highway? I can literally see it from the town. He's so casual, almost like I'm just an annoyance and can follow his direction or not. Why should he care? He gives me some explanation about the road curving around that doesn't really make sense. He still doesn't look at me. Just whatever. I gave you your directions and waved his hand in the direction of the door. When I got into the parking lot, my whole body started trembling violently and my heart started racing, seemingly for no reason. I get into the truck, and as soon as I put the key into the ignition, I burst into tears. I had the most terrible feeling that no matter how nonchalant he acted, this man had bad intentions. I didn't know what, but I knew right then and there that there was no way I was going to follow his directions. Yet, This was the only store in this little town, and short of knocking on doors, there was no one else to ask for directions. I decided I didn't give a shit if this town seemed like something dropped out of Twilight Zone. I was going to drive around until I found my own way out, even if it took all damn night. Then, a big red beater of a pickup truck, as much rust as metal, pulls up and disgorged the quintessential Texas man. Huge, husky, and in flannel and work boots. Without even thinking about it, I jumped out of the truck and approached him quickly, yet warily. Looking into his eyes, I saw a kind human being, or at least I was hoping I did. I asked him if he could please give me directions to the highway. I told him I knew it was silly, but I just couldn't seem to find my way back. He looked concerned as I was visibly upset, so he made me laugh and very cheerfully gave me directions for a hairpin curved turnoff right at the end of a small concrete tunnel I had passed several times. He said it often confused travelers because it was hard to see. They need to put up signs, etc. With a sinking feeling in my stomach, I asked him how far in miles it was to get back on the highway. He laughed and gave me a funny look. Miles, miss? I'd say it's a quarter mile at most. You can see the highway right from here. At this point, I couldn't help it. I had to know. What happens if I drive? And I gave him the directions the man in the store had given me. Texas looked at me very intently and asked me how I knew about that route. It was pretty far out and usually only locals knew about it, so I told him. He was quiet for a few minutes and then asked what the attendant looked like and if I had a map of the state. Nope, just my MapQuest, which wasn't very helpful in this situation. He goes to his truck and grabs a raggedy local map from his glove box. Spreading it out for me, he traces the route that I describe. The way the man from the gas station had told me to go led away from the town, away from the interstate, and led to seemingly the middle of nowhere. Texas told me that road did go about 17 miles, right before it dead-ended in the desert. I asked him what it was like out there, and he told me that it was nothing but some junk cars and a few trailers and mobile homes, all owned by the same family. This family was known locally as troublemakers, meth heads, and alcoholics, and these were the nice things townspeople had to say about them. And the clerk was part of this family and lived down that road. I'll never forget the look in Texas's eyes as he told me this. He also told me that I was smart to listen to my instincts, and he told me to be careful traveling out there. I don't know if the man from the gas station wanted what was in the back of my U-Haul or what was in the driver's seat, but thankfully I didn't have to find out. Oh, and I learned that sometimes angels look like ruddy-haired Texans with scruffy faces and rusty pickups. Thank you, random Texas stranger. You really saved my ass, and I will always remember you with tons of love. Sorry I didn't ask your name. You're forever Texas to me now. I'm a hunter, and I like to hunt wild boar specifically. Though I've been deer hunting and have been known to get a turkey for Thanksgiving, I mostly hunt boar. For those of you that don't know, boar are a big problem in the United States. A sow can have 2 litters a year, and it's not uncommon for a litter to consist of 10 or more pigs. Given that pigs eat anything and everything, it's not hard to see why the Department of Fish and Wildlife makes it legal to hunt them with almost no restrictions. In my state, it's illegal to hunt most large mammals with night or thermal vision scopes, with the exception of boar and coyote. I've been saving for a year, mostly fun money. It's hard to explain to your wife that a scope that costs literally twice as much as the rifle I was mounting it on was worth it. But I did. I took it to a range and sighted it in. There was an area that was peppered with boar activity that I knew would be perfect for a night hunt. It was easily accessible with my truck, with easy-to-find spots that I could set up in that overlooked a large, easy-to-navigate clearing. The night started uneventful, mostly me tinkering with my new toy, cycling through the settings, etc. I was a little impatient. I'd spotted multiple deer, but they were out of season, and like I mentioned earlier, my current setup wasn't legal for deer. I moved to another spot I'd seen days earlier that probably wasn't much better than my first, but it gave me something to do and a new angle to look around with my new scope. After an hour or so of glassing the area, it dawned on me. This spot doesn't have much animal activity at all. No rabbit or owls. The deer I'd seen were hundreds of yards from where I was. Why was this pocket of land so dead at night, but lively in the day? I'd set up around 10 p.m. It was about 2 a.m. when I started to think about packing up, maybe setting up a target before I left and taking some practice shots. I heard a crunch come from the direction I came from before. I panned my scope over and saw the silhouette of a small bear passing through the bushes. It's important to note that my scope isn't exactly night vision. It's a thermal scope, kind of like a black and white version of what you see in the Predator movies. I adjusted my range and zoomed in a little. I remember jolting a little when I saw that it wasn't really a bear. It was a man. Because he was so low and hunched over, I thought I was looking at a young bear. Is that a game warden? It couldn't be. I would have seen the headlights coming from up the road where I was perched. And where could he have walked from? I was 30 miles away from anything and on public lands. I was about to call out when I adjusted my sights and noticed. He was naked. No shoes, pants, nothing. I remember being disturbed by his movements, like a squirrel or something, twitchy and grabbing at the foliage, sniffing around and palming the tree. Was that my tree? The one I'd been leaning against earlier? The thought terrified me. Could he smell me? Then, he did something I still have nightmares about today. He squatted and placed his hands in the dirt between his feet and stared straight up like a dog mid-howl. And then I heard it. A voice coming from that direction. A very compelling female voice. Help. I'm lost. There was a long pause, but neither of us moved a muscle. The center of my sights was trained at the dirt in front of his feet. I couldn't bring myself to aim directly at another person. It went against everything I'd been taught about firearms. Were they lost? Was this some guy that had gone crazy out there? Why was his voice so feminine? Help. Please. I can't walk, the voice called out. That's when I called bullshit. Not only could he walk, when I first saw him, he was traversing the land with ease for a naked person. So good that I mistook him for a bear. That's a trap. This guy is trying to lure me to him with a damsel in distress routine. Luckily, the lack of activity before had caused me to pack up most of my gears. I think I may have left behind a hat and a sitting pad, but I didn't give a shit at that moment. I took my eyes off of him for a moment to get my pack on. I buckled my chest strap and scrambled for my rifle. To my horror, he was in the same position, but his face was staring in my direction, and I swear I saw a smile. The thermal scope has an effect that makes animals' eyes appear white. How the hell had he heard me get up and put my gear on? He must have easily been 150 yards away. Fuck off, I screamed in that direction. He stood upright, and it hit me how tall and skinny he was. Easily 6 feet and very lean. He took a couple of long strides in my direction, and I instinctively sent a round sailing above his head into the tree line. He was freaky as hell, but he hadn't really threatened me. What would I tell the cops? I was unwilling and unready to shoot someone. He stopped dead in his tracks and hunched down on all fours. The next one will fuck you up. Go away. He stayed on all fours, and this time I had my sights trained on the center of him. His eyes were just above the grass, like a large cat or something. I was trying to stop my trembling, and knew that my voice had cracked a little on that last warning. I was terrified. That standoff probably only lasted a minute or two, maybe less, but it felt like forever. In an instant, he bolted left towards the tree line opposite the road. So much for not being able to walk. I could barely keep him in my scope. He was moving so fast. He disappeared into the brush, and I sent another bullet sailing high in his direction. I racked another round and tried to pocket the mag and swap for a fresh one, but I dropped it and didn't bother looking for it. I wasn't far from my truck, and I wanted to get out of there. I could hear him in the distance, yelling in this weird sound that could have been a laugh or a cry. I scrambled up the trail and arrived at my truck breathless. I tossed my gear into the cab, but kept the rifle in the passenger seat and sped off. For the longest time, I told that story from the perspective of having spotted some deranged crackhead living off on the land, like some kind of caveman. I reported it to Fish and Game, but all they did was scold me for hunting at night alone. Never received an update. It wasn't until I told this story at a camping trip that my nephews told me about wendigos, rakes, and skinwalkers. My story scared the piss out of them, because the spot we were camping was technically the same forest I'd seen the bastard, just 50 miles east of it. He was so spooked his mom had to take him home. She was pissed. I've gone down the rabbit hole on these scary stories. I'm not saying what I saw definitely was a wendigo or a skinwalker. I'm saying that if such a thing exists, I may have dodged quite the bullet that night. Or maybe it was just a tweaker being Donnie Thornberry in the middle of the night. Either way, thought I'd share. So, my stepsons are 7 and 10. They play with 5 other boys in our area, which are all of similar age, and all go to the same school in our neighborhood. Now, there's a police station in our neighborhood, and we live in a city that is large, but we feel very safe here and have almost zero crime around us. So, when they want to go to the park and play with their friends, my husband and I agreed that it's okay. They will be gone for hours, going from house to house, swimming, jumping on a trampoline, scootering, skateboarding. Sometimes they're all at my house. It's my pool. It's a good system. I'm in texting with other parents, etc., so we have a pretty safe system. However, our state has been known for human trafficking because we're close enough to the border that it's just something to worry about. So, I bought them bright orange rape whistles and tied them to their backpacks. Sometimes they all ride bikes to school together. At home, I had them each blow into the whistle as hard as they could so they knew how loud it was and to only use it for emergencies, which we've discussed emergency situations. Today, on break from school, the kids wanted to do a lemonade stand. Something in my gut told me to say no. That's not a good idea. Even though they had their own little garage sale around Christmas to make money to buy gifts, and the neighborhood thought it was all so cute that they actually got a ton of donations and made very good money. I didn't have any worries that time, but today was different for me. As my older stepson was making his signs, I reminded him about interacting with strangers, and he needs to watch his brother, so he asks me, "Should I bring my whistle?" I said yes, great idea. I took it off his backpack and put it around his neck, and I told him I'm going to leave the window open. If you feel scared, or if something happens, you blow that whistle like there's no tomorrow, and I'll run outside. They were right on our street, corner of our neighborhood, right where the main street through our neighborhood is, so a decent amount of cars go by. An hour or so goes by, and I'm into a documentary when I hear that fucking whistle, and my stomach drops, and I dash outside to see a flashy red car. Like a Charger, I believe I was looking/running towards the kids, and so I wasn't paying close enough attention to their car, but I immediately see all kids are accounted for as a guy is getting back into his car, and my older son tells me our younger son, who really likes cars, as does his dad, he goes to car shows and knows so much about cars. Husband has a GTR from Japan and another racing car that they work on together. That the man in the car got out and was talking to them, asking them their ages, and invited my younger son to get in his car. I literally told my older son earlier, do not get into or near anyone's cars. So he said he didn't feel safe anymore, and blew that whistle as hard as he could. My son said the car was what's known as a Demon, which I believe is a Dodge Charger, red. That's what my son told the police. I got a good look at the guy, at least, but I didn't get the plates. He was getting into his car as I was making sure the kids were accounted for, and pounded the fuck out of his hood asking him, "Why would you ever invite a child into your car?" before he drove away. I wasn't thinking clearly, and I was in a bit of a panic, so I didn't get the plates. I was right there. I'm so pissed at myself for that. But the kids were all talking, and I just went into protective mode and called the police. The police said they searched our entire neighborhood for the car, and put out a description for the guy with the car. So at least there's that. They also said they're taking it very seriously. I'm so thankful for the $10 whistle that I ordered from Amazon. Sometimes, you just know when shit is about to go down. I'm still so shaken up about it, and all of the kids and parents are super concerned. We have a community website, and we posted about our encounter on the website for other parents to be aware of as well. I don't know for certain that the guy was up to no good, but if he wasn't, why leave so suddenly? I don't know. My view on safety has been wrecked, and it's going to take a while for things to feel okay again, I think. Make sure your kids have a plan for emergencies. They have intuitions also, and there's just something about that gut feeling you shouldn't ignore. It actually amazes me sometimes. So today has been a particularly slow day at work, and I've been killing time reading these stories. Maybe enough time has passed and I can share mine. I had this friend who was really into the occult. Unfortunately, I was the one who got him turned on to it. We had a mutual appreciation of the paranormal and all things weird, so I thought the subject might interest him. We started going deep into the subject to the point where he wouldn't talk about anything else. He would actually interrupt a conversation and force the subject back to occult matters. Rude, but sometimes people go through phases where their interest is all they want to talk about. It was mostly a forgivable offense. I think I should mention that this particular friend didn't have a very large friend circle. His depression and introverted nature kept him inside a lot. He didn't have the best luck in relationships with women. His world was kind of small, and I did enjoy hanging out with him, so I did my best to be a good friend. I didn't want to just brush him off because he was acting a little weirder than normal. Honestly, for the longest time, he was a totally normal guy. We'd chat and play games together on PlayStation. Sometimes we'd go see movies. We all hung out at the park. We went swimming. Overall, we had a good time hanging out. Things started to go downhill when he started to smoke DMT. Personally, I think psychedelics are amazing tools that can offer insight into your life, but they should be treated with respect. My friend got to the point where he was making it himself, apparently a pretty easy thing to do after a meager amount of research, and he was smoking it daily, multiple times a day. For those of you who aren't familiar with this substance, when you smoke it, you get transported to a different world, an entirely new plane of existence. Your body and yourself don't exist anymore. You're just exploring this alternate reality dreamscape. My personal experience with it led me to seeing a dragon once in this kaleidoscope of a cornucopia. People are all kinds of different beings there. Imagine what that does to a person when they're smoking it 30 plus times a day. He started telling me things like he was the reincarnated Osiris. He said he was seeing Egyptian hieroglyphs all over the place in waking life. Apparently, he had hour-long conversations with entities in his bedroom, even when he wasn't smoking DMT. Of course, I was very alarmed to hear all of this, and I told him he needed to take a serious break. No drugs at all for a few months so that he can find solid footing in reality again. At this point, I was still hanging out with him because he obviously needed some help. And like I said before, he didn't have a lot of friends that could give him that. He was also the black sheep of the family, so I knew he wasn't getting any kind of support from them. He was really close to his sister, and I did reach out to her on Facebook to express my concerns. I pushed her to talk to him into getting some psychiatric help because he was slipping past the point of no return. I'm not really sure if she took my messages seriously, since we didn't really know each other. Plus, she's at least 6 years younger than us and possibly didn't grasp how serious the situation was becoming. In any case, I'll jump forward now to the part where things start to get really creepy. My boyfriend had made some arrangements to hang out with our friend at the park. I didn't really want to go because I felt like I needed a break from him and his nonsensical ranting. I couldn't deal with it on that particular day. My boyfriend said he wasn't all that bad, and we went anyway. We get to the park and he's his usual self, ranting about Egypt and making up gods that only he knew the truth about, etc., etc. He also had this large hunting knife that he kept fiddling with the whole time we were on a walk. He told us that he had been using it in ceremonial magic and that it helped him to vanish negative thoughts. It made me extremely uneasy. We would do this thing where he would take the knife and make stabbing motions near his heart or head, like he was mock stabbing himself, all while holding a conversation with me or my boyfriend. I think we were both really on edge and didn't know how or what to say or do about it. I tried to distract him from doing it by bringing up other subject that might interest him, but he kept on with his ritual. Keep in mind, we're walking on a trail, so it wasn't like we could just say goodbye and go. We had to walk back to our car and drop him off at his car. My boyfriend had the bright idea that we should get some lunch after our walk, even though I was doing my best to give him a look that said, "No, why do you think I want to spend any more time with this guy?" But it must not have been very effective, or at least maybe my boyfriend was ignoring it. I'm not sure. Either way, we ended up getting in his car to go get lunch. In the car I was driving, my boyfriend was in the passenger seat, and our weirdo friend was in the back. As we're heading through a busy part of town where all the shopping and restaurants are, I hear the distinctive sound of a belt buckle coming undone. Then, I hear the worst sound imaginable. I peek back out of the corner of my eye, and my suspicions were confirmed. This crazy fucker was full-on jacking off in our back seat. I mean, pants all the way down, bare ass on the seat, beating it so hard, it was like he wanted to rip it off. Instantly, I felt sick to my stomach, and all the nervous energy I had throughout the day popped up into my head. I was trying not to shake and trying to ignore it and drive through heavy traffic. I kind of had a freeze response, I guess. The whole time I kept thinking about the huge-ass knife he had in his pocket, and obviously he was completely off his rocker now. I was afraid to say anything or confront him, because I didn't know how he was going to react. This part is nuts, but my boyfriend didn't even seem to notice, and the whole time he kept rambling on about God knows what. I couldn't listen because my thoughts were 100% focused on driving and trying to act like I didn't know what was going on in my back seat. We get to the restaurant and my boyfriend runs inside to grab food. Now, I'm left in the car alone with our friend, and I try to act like I'm browsing on my phone, when really, I'm watching and listening as hard as I can. We don't talk. My boyfriend gets back and I complain that I'm tired. It's been a long day, let's drop him off, etc. So I drive us back to our friend's car, and he doesn't get out of our vehicle. He just sits there. I have to get a little bit rude and ask him to please get out and go home. He gets out of our car and walks over to his passenger side. I start getting really scared and I suspect the worst. He pulled a gun out of some kind of bag he had on the seat, and he just walks over to our car with it. I don't know why the fuck I did this, but I was so pissed I just got out of my car and walked right up to him. I was maybe 3 feet away and could see that it was a loaded 9mm. I kept asking him over and over, "What are you doing?" Because apparently that's all my brain could think to do. I told him to get in his car and go home. He never said anything during this whole time, just kind of cried and had this wild look in his eye. For whatever reason, he got back in his car and drove off. I told my boyfriend obviously we are never hanging out with him again, and that I didn't even want him to talk to him anymore. No contact. Nada. A few months pass and he occasionally messages me through the PlayStation or texts my phone. He says a lot of random stuff and I just ignore it. Turns out, he moved down to Tennessee near Nashville. I don't know why. He had a roommate and I think their girlfriend lived there. I'm not really sure about the situation. I think maybe he's turning his life around and getting a fresh start down there. I think it's best to cut all contact and let him regroup. I'm not interested in any kind of friendship with him, and I know he needed help beyond what I could offer. Again, I reached out to his sister and let her know that he had a gun. She managed to get it from him somehow, but it did little good in the end. I get a call around 11 p.m. one night that wakes me up. It's a man, claiming he's a detective downtown in Gallatin, Tennessee, and my heart skips a beat. I start sweating and immediately ask what happened. Apparently, my former friend stabbed someone to death on Halloween Day. I don't know all the details, and the articles about it are kind of sparse. The whole thing is really surreal, and I'm just left feeling like I'm lucky that I didn't get shot last summer. This whole thing turned out way longer than I meant it to be, but that's the story. I'm still feeling creeped out by the whole ordeal, and I'm kind of feeling sick after writing all of this. In February of 2012, I went to visit my grandfather's grave for his birthday. His death was a really hard thing for me to deal with, as he died in March of 2011, and it was still very fresh to me. I was kneeling in front of his grave with my head down, mourning and crying, when my body went into full danger close mode. I look up to see a man running full sprint from the woods surrounding the cemetery, and forced myself to get in my truck as quickly as possible without the man getting close to me. By the time I made it to my truck, he had gotten about 50 feet from me. I jumped in and locked the door, much to his apparent displeasure. He threw his hands up in a huff, like his favorite team had just lost a football game. I started the truck and started to drive out as fast as I could, but not before driving right past him. I didn't break eye contact for a second, and neither did he, so I got a really good look at his face. Cut to a few years later, I'm at work, bored, and decided to download an app that had a ton of paranormal, cryptid, serial killer, and UFO articles. As I was browsing through the serial killers, I came across one that made my heart drop. Israel Keyes, most known for murdering an underage girl in Alaska, dismembering her body, and dropping the pieces into a frozen lake. He would bury kill kits in places long before he ever committed the crimes. After the incident in Alaska, he traveled to Texas for a wedding in a city not too far from where I live, and had disappeared for a bit, and no one in his family knew where he was. He was arrested in that city and brought to the prison one city over from me, before he was extradited back to Alaska to stand trial. About a year ago, I found a book about him that provided a lot of the details I've given here. He had been killing for years, and no one knows what the actual death toll is. He eventually killed himself in prison. At the end of the book about him, he described some of his favorite places to abduct people: public parks and cemeteries. I often wonder if there's a kit buried in those woods. You were fast, Israel, but I was faster, and I'm glad that we didn't officially meet. My girlfriend and I were months away from being parents for the first time, and we were both working jobs. I worked in retail as a key holder. She was working as an assistant manager at a place in the local strip mall. After my shift one day, I took the deposit bag, wrapped it up in my work clothes, put all of that in a bag, and went to walk the 5 minutes or so to my girlfriend's work. Just before I got to the door of the mall, a man came up and asked me if I could help him start his car. He needs to get to work, but he can't do it himself. Now, growing up, my family had cars like that, so I was like, damn air intake or whatever, and I said I'd help. We walked around the corner of the mall to where a car is setting. That's the car I'm going to help start, I think to myself. The guy said to me, so we just need to get in and I'll drive you to my car. I need help starting. Hairs on the back of my neck start to rise. I've ignored gut instincts before, but this is a sensation that very clearly is telling me, ignore these physiological warnings at your certain peril. I quickly explained to him I thought this was going to be a very quick thing, and I have somewhere I need to be, and I'm already late. I apologize and walk away from him into the mall, and watch him leave in the car before going to my girlfriend's workplace. I tell her we're going to scrap our plans for dinner and make it home ASAP, dropping the deposit bag on the way. As we're crossing the parking lots to head to the bank in a roundabout way, we see the same dude, who was in a hurry to get to work, slowly driving around a Target parking lot, just scoping people out. There is no doubt in my mind I would have certainly regretted getting into that car with the man that day. There's a good chance that I wouldn't have been able to type this story out today. I had gotten out of an 8-year abusive relationship and met someone on a popular online dating app. To be honest, I wasn't looking for anything serious, just someone to go watch a movie or have a drink with every now and then. I had 2 boys and was happy and living a peaceful life on my own after going through hell. So I meet this guy who is just a couple years older than me, and he had turned his life around. When he was younger, he used to be in gangs and drugs, and now he was into working out and staying really fit and doing family stuff. I guess you can say I felt protected by him. He was a hard worker, self-sufficient, had a son, and he loved going to the gym every day. I myself had kind of a crazy past, but overcame, and so we seemed like a good fit. We would go to dinner, movies, normal dating stuff, but he eventually wanted to spend more and more time together, and I was having trouble giving up all my free time for him. And he would get angry about this. Like, really angry. After being with a controlling, possessive asshole for so long, this was obviously a red flag, and after 3 months, I told him I didn't want to see him anymore. He said he needed to confess something to me. He admitted to me that he was using steroids, and that was the reason for his mood swings. He cried and said he was sure that was the reason, and was willing to stop if it meant he could have another chance. And I obliged, but only under the condition that we remained friends. Things were okay for a while. We saw each other maybe every other week, and he started wanting to see me every week, to which I told him that I was not interested in being anything other than friends at the moment, since I was not ready for a relationship. He started to talk me into giving him another chance, but I just didn't find myself interested in him in a romantic way, and so I insisted that we just be friends. I stopped talking to him because I got mad at his insistence that we still talk every day, since he said that's what friends do. He would always ask me about my whereabouts and ask for pictures of who I was hanging out with, and I told him that that is not what friends do, and he just insisted that he just innocently wanted to see what I was up to. Fast forward 6 months later, and I hadn't spoken to him at all within that time. I was happy and living my life. And on one particular night, when my youngest son was at his dad's, I went out to a local bar with my friends. My oldest son, who was 13 at the time, was home alone, so I left a little early to make it home around 10 p.m. I lay down in bed and go to sleep. So a little info on my living situation. I had been living in a condo for almost a year now, and we lived in a great, safe community, and I would leave my patio sliding glass door open, with the screen closed, to get a breeze in at night. No big deal. My bedroom was close to the patio, and my son would sleep in the loft that was closest to the front door. I'm dead asleep when I suddenly feel someone slowly sit on my bed. I'm laying in bed wondering why my son would come sit on my bed so slowly. He wouldn't. I turn around and it's not him. It's Mario, laying down, in bed, next to me. I sat up and asked him how he got in. He's not answering me. He says, "I needed to talk to you." I said, "Okay. When you need to talk to someone, you don't sneak into their room. You call them, you leave a note for them. Literally anything but this." I'm thinking I'm gonna kill my kid for letting him in. He said, "I didn't have your number anymore. I need to talk to you before it's too late." I didn't even entertain the "before it's too late" bit because I was livid, but something told me to keep my cool. I sat up and say, "Look, I really want to talk to you too, but not like this. Please, just leave, and I promise we will talk tomorrow. Call me tomorrow." He gets up and walks over to my side of the bed and starts rubbing my shoulders and is slowly making his way to my neck. He says, "Do you really want to talk?" I look him in the eyes and say, "Yes, I've been wanting to talk to you, but not like this. Please call me tomorrow." He stares at me while rubbing my neck and goes down to my shoulders, and then he lets go. He says, "Okay." Then he proceeds to exit through my patio door and jumps my patio wall, which tells me that is exactly how he got in. I freak out, check on my kid. He had no idea what was going on. Locked all my doors, and I don't sleep for the rest of the night. The next day I text him, and I tell him that if I ever see him near me or in my complex, I will call the police and to never contact me again. If you're wondering why I didn't call the cops to begin with, I knew he had a gun, so A, I was scared of being retaliated against for being a snitch, and B, I figured if I called the cops, they would probably not do much, or just let him out, and I was afraid of what he would do after the fact. Either way, he left me alone, and I didn't hear from him for years. 4 years later, I'm going through Facebook, and I see his face in People You May Know. I click on the picture, and notice that it looks like a jail picture. You know, those pictures where the guy is clearly in a jail cell? I scroll down the page, and his most recent post is him posting his address for his family members to write to. A prison address. So I Google his name. And sure enough, article after article, all with the same headline. Man arrested on suspicion of killing girlfriend. About 2 years after him and I dated, he shot and killed the girl he was dating. That could have been me. And I feel like shit, thinking if there was anything I could have done to stop him. Even scarier thought is that he only got 12 years for her murder. So, my stupid brand new water heater broke down from all the calcium and things in the water. So, we had to rent a hotel room so we could all get a shower. My husband and teenage daughters had gone first. While they took their shower, I had already been looking for cameras after shows and articles depicting warnings to check had me freaked out. My husband laughed at me, so I thought we were safe. It wasn't until I actually was standing inside the shower that I saw the camera. You had to see it from a certain angle, wrapped around the light, that had a cover over the bottom of it, but an opening all the way around the edges in the middle. I looked up and there it was. I screamed and my husband came running in. I told him what it was and he checked and sure enough, he took the bottom cover off and the camera fell down and was actually wired to the light and set to sit and point, looking down into the shower. My husband ripped it out and marched straight to the office, and from there, a fight ensued. The creepy guy got pissed my husband was destroying his room, and the owner called the cops. Well, my husband is a hothead when he's on a moral mission, and grabbed the guy up by the scruff of the collar. His mentality being, if I'm going to jail, I'm gonna make it worth it. But the guy's wife come out, and by then I was dressed and there for backup, and she wanted to know what was happening. So, I told her what happened. She said, "Wait right here." She had grabbed a knife from her room and was chasing the owner guy around with it when the cops showed up. The cops asked us what happened first. When we told them, they took the owner in and apparently found hundreds of videos in a private nook in his bedroom they're using to build a case on him. So, beware to check everywhere before ever undressing in a hotel room. When I was 16, my girlfriend and I were on the bus. We were just sitting and listening to music, doing homework, and I had my arm over the back of her seat. I leaned over and kissed her on the head. 30 seconds later, I feel her stiffen up and look at me. I look at her and she mouths, "Someone is touching me." I whip around, and this disgusting old man is stroking the back of her neck. So I stand up and look down at him and yell, "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" He smiles at me and asks, "Are the two of you sisters?" I tell him, "No, you disgusting fuck." To which he replies, "That's a shame. I wanted to see you guys kiss." The bus was full, so we couldn't move without losing our seat. So I told him to leave us the fuck alone and sit back down. Not a minute later, I feel him reach under my arm and start to twirl her hair. I stood up to look at him, and he just laughs and says, "Come on. I want to see just a little kiss. Kiss her for daddy." Oh, fuck that. I whipped around and pushed my way to the front of the bus and stopped the bus driver, who we knew because we always caught the same route. Thankfully, it was Uncle Pat, a big Hawaiian guy who took care of us school kids like we were his own family. He kicked it into overdrive and sped up to get off the freeway and pulled over at the next stop with a screech. Flew open the back door, stood up, and announced to the bus that he needed a path cleared, marched to the back of the bus, looked at my girlfriend and asked, "Is that him?" She meekly says yes, and I damn near broke my neck nodding so hard. He grabbed the guy by the arm and marched him right out of the bus and nearly threw him on the sidewalk. As he closed the doors, he yelled, "If I wasn't on the clock, every one of those fingers would be fucking broken, you understand? And people would be fucking cheering. 'Cause no one in the world is going to defend a sicko like you, going around and touching fucking teenagers. Before you ever think of doing that again, you remember me, and remember how alone and small you feel right now. Then you start praying that I never see you again, so long as you live, 'cause I'm not done with you, and I'll never be done with your kind." Uncle Pat rightfully got everyone's applause on the bus heading back to his seat, and we brought him lunch the next day. We did see the guy again, but only through the bus window. Come to find out, this bus passed right by his house. But since Uncle Pat made a few promises that he seemed eager to keep, he was then forced to catch another bus, whose closest stop was a 45-minute walk away. 18 years later, I still sit with my back to the wall whenever possible, and after a previous molestation attempt, he managed to restore some of my faith in bus drivers. So thank you to all the Uncle Pats of the world for scaring the monsters away when us kids can't. About 5 years ago, I was living at home with my parents and my twin brother. Every morning at about 7 a.m., we would both head out for a run. We had mapped out this giant loop that we would run. To make it a bit of a competition, I would run it in one direction, and my twin brother would run it in the other direction. That way we could run and stay focused. Part of this loop was on the main street of the city my parents live in. On this main road, there were these shady apartments kind of hidden by a bunch of trees. The direction I was running, the view of these apartments was obscured by a giant hedge bush, and I couldn't see the apartments until I was right in front of them. Out of my peripheral vision, I see a woman standing amongst the trees, staring at me. I immediately get the chills, and do not turn to face her, because I didn't want to be rude. So I run on and forget about this a few moments later. I pass my twin about 10 minutes later. He's going in the opposite direction as I. I get home and my twin isn't back yet. So I go about the rest of my morning routine, including taking a shower. I get out of the shower and my twin hasn't come back yet, and I'm starting to get a bit worried. An hour after I had gotten home, he's still not back and I call him. He tells me that he's on his way back, and he has something he needs to tell me and my parents. He finally gets home and tells us that as he's running in front of these apartments, he saw a woman hanging from the trees in front of this apartment. As soon as it's obvious he's seen her, a man comes sprinting from the apartments, wailing and screaming, "No, I can't believe she did this," and grabs her body and lays her on the ground and starts performing CPR. It's obvious that he's her husband. My brother calls the local police, and they dispatch an ambulance and police officers. My brother has to stay for questioning, and a witness report, and all that jazz. He's obviously troubled by it. Since he was going in the opposite way that I was running, he didn't have a hedge obscuring his view, and got a straight-on view of this woman hanging there. It's still hard for me to believe that the woman I saw staring at me out of my peripherals was dead the entire time. I do find it very sketchy that the husband came running out as soon as it was obvious that someone had discovered the body. That is a bit too convenient if you ask me. But I don't want to say this man killed his wife without any evidence. My brother has never followed up with the police, leading me to believe the death was ruled a suicide. I just still can't fathom that if I would have turned to face this woman, I would have discovered her about 20 minutes earlier than my twin had, and it deeply troubles me that I didn't. When I was a little one, my grandmother had kept poor company. However, when I was just a kid, my grandmother was my hero because she had a pool in her backyard and would take me to Disney World even during the school year, so I could just not go to school. She bought me gifts and even got a cat at her house that I took care of. All this to say, my grandmother bought my love through these extravagant gifts, and since I was just a tot, I fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. Now, the actual story is pertaining to the company my grandmother kept. She herself was a self-proclaimed born-again Christian, so I suppose it made sense that she chose these people as her friends. I didn't realize this at the time, but she seemed to have a thing for child predators, to the point where she even hung out with them while I was visiting her for the weekend. Now, I've been told that I was an extremely adorable little girl. Bright blonde ringlet curls, gray eyes. I even had several photos of when I was a kid modeling for children's clothes. So, whenever I would visit, there was always a creepo visiting her. And she would always leave me alone with them to run errands. This would take upwards of an hour. Nothing explicitly sexual would happen, I don't think. Then again, I could be blocking out these memories since it started off when I was about 5 years old. No, these men would bite, nibble, lick, and sniff my feet of all things. I don't know why I didn't say anything sooner, but eventually, I told my mother that I didn't like it when Grandma leaves me alone with the weird men. They would always lick my feet and I didn't like it. It wasn't long after that I didn't see my grandmother for nearly 10 years. So yeah, I'm pretty sure my grandmother sold off my little kid feet to those weird pedophiles. And yes, I am in therapy because of the things she allowed to happen to me. And because of the other things that she's done. So, my friend and I are underaged, a little buzzed from party hopping all night. We roll up to Wendy's and ditch the empty bottles of Smirnoff Ice as we wait for our food at 2 a.m. in the drive-thru. I had no idea that it was illegal to be out past a certain time if you're under 18, unsupervised, and it's past 12 p.m. in Arizona. I catch a text from a friend, and she asks me to get her order, and we will meet at this intersection and she will eat with us. Okay, sounds good. I get to the intersection and there aren't any gas stations or grocery stores, just some creepy office buildings and a dirt lot. I stupidly pick the dirt lot to wait for my friend, who calls me and is like, "Hey, I'm at the intersection, are you okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, oh, I see you." And she's like, "Is that you with the cops behind you?" And I was like, "No," only to discover that in fact cops were behind me. Luckily, the car smelled like food and not booze and cigarettes. But this cop knew I was under the influence, and I had a large bottle of rum that had already been opened that I tried desperately to hide under shit from my car before he knocked on my window. He's not stupid, and it's Arizona. No one gets away with a DUI in Tent City Central. This cop asks me and my friend for our parents' phone numbers. My friend's mom gets a call to come pick her up and gets a verbal lashing from the cop about being underage past curfew and explains the citation, so I already knew what was coming. I, however, didn't have a voicemail set up on my new Nokia Fat phone and refused to give my parents' house phone. Back then, these were still everywhere. I told him they simply didn't have one, only a cell number, and I put it to silent as he repeatedly calls. I tell him they're probably out with friends, and the cop says okay. He then explains the ticket to me. I think I'm going to get away scot-free when he says that he's going to follow me home. I made sure to go the speed limit and not make any errors, but I'm shitting myself right now. I parked my car out front of my house, and my parents' cars are in the closed garage. Dark house. Yes, it looks like no one's home. The cop proceeded to park his car and says, "Hey, you could have broke the rules a little with getting home. I wasn't going to pull you over twice now," as he followed me to the front door. I unlock it and I nervously said thank you. But he, instead of ringing the doorbell or doing their famous police officer knock, follows me into my house and locks the door behind us. He's talking to me, making small conversation, checking out my living room, and I'm starting to freeze up because I'm suddenly sensing a different energy from him. He asks me where my bedroom is. He tells me to take him to it. I instead took him to my parents' room and turned the light on, 100% thankful to see my sleepy-eyed parents shocked to see an armed, grown man behind their young daughter. And he just lets out a breath and says, in my ear, "You lied to me, sweetheart." And he goes back into police mode, telling my parents that he found me out at an illegal time and that I'd need to pay a fine and attend a class. It was so embarrassing because I was 18 by the time I had to take the class with a bunch of 12 and 14-year-olds. Whatever. I never tell anyone, until now, about the comments he made to me. But my dad did ask him why he was in our house. I told him I didn't understand that either. He never read me any rights. He just followed me home. Before he leaves, he says, "That's a nice house phone you have right there. Looks new and shiny," as the last thing he tells me before letting me go. I can't help but think back to that night and thinking about what would have happened if I had bad parents who weren't home or who were out of town, etc. I know there are good cops out there. I personally know some. I go back and forth with being freaked out. Okay, maybe he was just being thorough. The comments are what stuck with me though, and that sinking gut feeling. I'm interested in hearing any opinions. I am a 22-year-old female. My family and I were sitting in our living room, watching TV after dinner. All of a sudden, there's an unexpected knock at the front door. I go to open it and there are 3 young teens, sophomores in high school that I don't know. They tell me that a few guys are following them and they needed to look like they knew someone. I told them immediately to come inside to evade the people following them. The teens told me that it was 3 younger boys, probably about 8th grade, that had been following them as they walked about a mile from a gas station nearby to my neighborhood. I went outside to try and see if I saw the boys, and sure enough, they were just down the street. When I stepped outside, they yelled, "Lacey, is that you?" I didn't answer. but went inside and asked if any of the girls seeking refuge were named Lacey. None were. My dad then went outside to tell the boys to move along, and they got super mouthy and rude. Eventually, they went up the street out of sight. However, they came back down a few minutes later, so I opened my door and yelled for them to leave, but they argued with me and wouldn't go anywhere. My dad went back outside, and a neighbor heard the yelling and came to see what was happening. With the threat of 2 grown men, the boys finally left. Not without some lip, though. I then drove the 3 teens back to one of their houses so they could evade the boys and get back home safely. Something was really weird about the interactions with the young boys. I don't know what they were looking to do, or if they were just looking for trouble, but something did not sit right with me. Just glad the 3 teens felt that my house was a safe place to go. I was around 13 years old and at the shopping center with my parents. I wanted to go off on my own and wander around by myself for a while, and my parents agreed. After a while, I was stopped by a woman in casual clothes. She told me that she was an undercover cop and I was suspected of shoplifting. Because I was young, I was terrified. I didn't ask for her ID or anything like that. I didn't know I could question authority. She asked to look through my bag and I let her, insisting I hadn't stolen anything. She asked me how old I was, who I was there with. Then she asked me something that still sends chills down to my spine. Are your parents expecting you to go home with them tonight? I told her of course they were. Why wouldn't they be? She then insisted I had to follow her to go and figure out this shoplifting thing. I went. She was leading me towards the exit. By the grace of God, before we got there, we bumped into my dad. He asked what was going on and I told him. As I was explaining the situation, the woman got on her phone and was talking to someone saying things like, "Oh, this isn't the right girl," then hangs up and says, "Sorry, wrong person," and abruptly walks off. My dad and I stood there dumbfounded. When my mom found out about the situation, she was really unimpressed by the way the undercover cop handled the situation. She took me to the center management the next day and complained to them about how I was treated by their undercover cop. When the woman answers, "We don't employ undercover cops in this shopping center." I have no idea what that woman had planned for me, but I thank God every day that we ran in to my dad. This happened in the winter when I was 10 years old. I was walking to the bus stop by myself, and out of nowhere, this red car drove past me and stopped. I walked by it, and a man yelled, "Hey kid." I turned and saw this guy in his early 20s. He motioned for me to come over, but I stood still. He then said, "I saw you coming out of 355 Terrence Road. Was that man your dad?" I had no idea how this person knew where I lived, and I got so creeped out that I ran. I glanced back and was surprised to see that he wasn't following me. That night, I was finishing up some homework where I had to track the phases of the moon. I went to my window and was shocked to see that same red car parked across the street. I quickly ran to my parents, sobbing, and I explained everything to them. I didn't say anything earlier, in fear of getting in trouble. My dad called the cops, and they arrested the man on the spot. My parents went outside to see what the hell was going on, and the dumbstruck cop explained the bizarre story the man had told them. The guy was a rookie PI that was hired by a wife who suspected her husband was having an affair whenever he visited the city we lived in. The husband gave his wife our address and told her he was staying with a friend. When the police showed my parents the picture of the husband, they both laughed. The man didn't even look remotely like my dad. The only thing they had in common was their dark hair and light skin. The PI was sobbing in the cop car, and my dad didn't press charges because he felt bad. I'm not sure if I'm in the right place, but I've held this story in for the last 6 years because it sounds crazy, and I got told not to talk about it. I went camping 6 years ago with a now ex-boyfriend of mine. The campsite we picked was beautiful. We were able to drive in through some of the rough trails. The spot we picked was next to some hiking trails that weren't very far from some natural hot springs and a huge waterfall. We were in the middle of nowhere. Absolutely no one was around. We set up camp next to the car, went hiking, soaked in the hot springs, came back and had dinner. It was all very normal, until we woke up the next day. I need to give some context as to how we slept that night, so you can understand my confusion. Before we went to sleep, I put our food cooler in a stereo that we brought in the car and locked it. I put the keys in the front pocket of my backpack, and put the backpack next to my sleeping bag on the far side of the tent, away from the door of the tent. My boyfriend at the time slept nearest to the door, with a gun next to him. We woke up the next morning and I felt fine. I had slept hard, and from inside the tent everything seemed normal. When we got out, our campsite was absolute chaos. The fire pit we had made was ruined. The cooler had been thrown and food was scattered all over the place. The stereo was smashed to pieces laying next to a tree. All of the car's doors were open, including the trunk. We stood there for a minute in silence, just taking everything in. The woods felt off now. It was quiet, and not the beautiful campsite that I saw yesterday. Everything about those woods felt wrong now. My ex accused me of not locking the car the night before, and that an animal got into our stuff. I promised that I had locked it and went into the tent to grab the keys from my backpack, but they weren't there. I found them later, on the ground, right next to the car. We quickly threw everything in the trunk and left. My boyfriend was quiet and wouldn't talk to me about what had just happened. He finally spoke up when we were almost home and told me that he had a dream the night before about someone kneeling over him in the tent holding his gun and just staring at him. When I tried to ask him more questions, he got quiet again and said he didn't want to talk about it, and that I shouldn't talk about it anymore either. I've tried to forget about it, but I just can't. Something really wrong happened to us in the woods that night. I am a 24-year-old male. I've lived on my own for about 2 years now. I have a very small bungalow I'm able to pretty comfortably afford. In this bungalow, I have an attic area. At a guess, I'd say it's about 5 by 5 meters in size, and you can only really stand in there in the very center. Anyway, I work the night shift at a factory. I basically just sit on my phone all night, so I usually get in at around 8 a.m. I was coming home last Thursday during a heavy storm, and I got into the house and just went to sleep. When I woke up, I went on my phone and saw that I was so tired that I didn't check my notifications. I have a Ring camera outside my door which shows me anyone who would have come to my room. I saw that it had been tripped at 7:42 a.m. I got into the house at around 8:10 to 8:15 a.m. I checked the video and saw that it was a man. He was pressed right up to the door and was fumbling around with the handle. He did this for about 10 seconds until he spotted the camera. Once he did, he very quickly scuttled away. This unsettled me, but didn't entirely creep me out. I got up to make some food and discovered something in my kitchen. My back window was open. I, of course, instantly began having the thoughts of a home intruder, but slowly chilled out as I convinced myself I had left it open. The rest of the day consisted of this, just noticing small things that didn't seem right and scaring myself. All up until a point. I leave for the shift at 10 p.m. and I was watching some TV at 9 o'clock-ish. I spotted something that made my heart leap into my throat. Out of the corner eye, I could see it. My attic entrance was slowly being slid open. I can so vividly remember that I began questioning my sanity. Surely I was just hallucinating or something. I looked over at it and absolutely saw something that made me so much more scared. I saw fingers wrap around the hatch and begin moving it more. I didn't know what to do. I could feel the panic beginning to really get to me, and I wasn't sure if I should leave the house and call the police, or if I should try and yell at whoever was up there. I chose a mixture of both. I began dialing 999 and ran to my bedroom where I could lock the door. As soon as I began running, I heard the hatch get almost teared off with the speed they moved it, and I arrived at my bedroom door. I looked down the corridor and watched for a second, seeing only a little slice of the blackness up in my attic, and I saw the human hands still holding onto the sides of my ceiling. I yelled, "Whoever's there, I'm calling the police and I have a gun." I don't own a gun. If you take a step out of there, I will fucking shoot you. The adrenaline was already making my hands and voice shake, but I tried sounding as tough as I could. Then, I saw something that I truly do not think I will ever forget. The hands slipped back into the dark, and then he dropped down. I slammed my door shut and locked it as quickly as I could. The call went through and I was able to get on the line with the police, and they dispatched officers to my house. I told him I didn't know if the man was armed or not, and the dispatcher told me to stay on the line. I heard the man walking up to my door and rattling the door handle. He also seemingly went through my cupboards in the kitchen, as I heard a lot of commotion there. Truth be told, I don't know why he stayed. I would have just left the house, but he stayed right up until the police came in and arrested him. Apparently, he was a homeless man and was armed with a knife from my kitchen and had recently been seen in the area trying to get into other houses. Truth be told, I'm very frightened to sleep still. I now sleep with my bedroom door locked and all my windows closed. I also sleep with a knife under my pillow. I know that this is unlikely to ever happen again, but I just cannot forget the way he dropped down from my attic. So, that's the story of the scariest thing that's ever happened to me. I made this account to tell it, because I feel like if I write it down, it'll feel less like a real thing, and more like just a story. This happened about 10 minutes ago. I was just driving home from a morning shift and was about 1 kilometer from home when this guy stepped onto the road in front of me, waving his arms and shouting, "Stop, stop, please stop." I slammed on the brakes to avoid hitting him, and he ran to my window. I've had similar things happen before when people need help after an accident, and I just assumed that that's what this was. I rolled down the window, and this guy said, "Please, please help me, I'm being attacked. Please get me out of here." And I, being the credulous, soft touch that I am, said, "Sure, mate, get in." Now, I spent a lot of time in my car, and my front passenger seat is basically my office, and covered in crap. So not thinking, I told him to get in the back. This was lucky. So, this stranger is now in my back seat, and I said, "Can I take you to a police station? What can I do?" And he said, "Yes, a police station, please." So I pulled a U-turn and head to our nearest cop shop. Luckily, it's only about 6 kilometers away. At this point, I still think this guy has been legitimately mugged or something, and I ask, "What's going on?" He replies, "There's people after me. There's one there, hiding in the bushes, and another one there on that side of the road up in the tree. There's obviously no one in either the bushes nor the tree." Oh shit, I think to myself. I've picked up a person in the middle of a psychotic break with gang stalking delusions. "Okay, mate, well, let's get you to the police station and get you sorted out," I say, trying to sound reassuring and calming. and he seems responsive and says thank you so much. Police station's just out the main road. Only take us a minute to get there. I've never wanted a cop car to appear in my rearview mirror so much in all my life. Only 2 kilometers to go. We drive in silence for a minute when he suddenly turns his head to the side, looks at me, and says in this super deep growl, "You're not taking me to a police station, are you?" "Yeah, mate," I say. "Sure I am. We're almost there. Just hang on." "You're one of them. This was the plan, wasn't it? I'm getting chased and you just happened to show up at that same second. What are you taking me? Let me out. Let me out." He starts thrashing around on my back seat, pounding the cushion with his fists and flailing wildly. Just then, we came around a curve and there's the police station. "No, mate, look, there's the police station. We're turning in right now." And we did, and he calmed down, said thank you, and ran inside, as soon as I parked. I gave him a few minutes to tell his story to the cops, then went inside and told the desk sergeant what happened, just for context. This literally happened just 10 minutes ago. This happened when my sister and I were around 6 and 8 years old. We are now 43, her, and 45, me. And it's something that still haunts us occasionally. We had an amazing municipal swimming pool in our neighborhood. South African summers in Johannesburg are hot and long. The swimming pool was the ultimate destination. Joe was that adult that was always at the pool. He would swim lengths, practice diving, and tickle our feet under the water. Just typing this makes me feel nauseous. To this day, I still have issues with my feet being wet. Specifically, I'm unable to leave cream on my feet. The sliminess makes me claustrophobic. I only realized the connection last year. Whenever we would sit on the edge of the pool with our feet hanging in, he would swim past all of us and tickle all our feet in a row. I can't remember all the details 100%, but someone playfully screamed, "Oh no, Joe." And Joe did it again and sang, "Oh no, Joe, not again, Joe." We all laughed as kids do. Then he tickled our feet again and made us sing his new song, "Oh no, Joe, not again, Joe." It became a game. He would grab us under the water and we would sing. It went from tickling feet to chasing us and grabbing our waists in the water. "Oh no, Joe, not again, Joe." That song never goes away. One day at the pool, Joe tells us that he has this amazing farm just out of town he would like to take us to see his animals, his corn, and his own swimming pool. It sounded like heaven to all of us. He was talking to several children, boys and girls. He told us to be at the swimming pool on Saturday, but not to tell our parents, because we was going to go in his car. As soon as we get home, we tell our dad everything. We are so excited. This farm sounds amazing. Our dad says absolutely not. Who is Joe anyway? We tell him that Joe is our friend at the pool and plays with our feet and chases us all around the pool. My dad says that actually, maybe we can go, but he wants to meet Joe first. Yay. The next day we go to the pool and we tell Joe we can go with him, but our dad wants to meet him first. Joe was upset that we told our dad, but we tell him not to worry, our dad's cool. So Joe walks home with us. We only lived about 5 blocks from the pool and comes to meet our dad. Joe is about 5'6". My dad is 6'7". The personification of a gentle giant. My dad is super polite to Joe. He asks him loads of questions about the farm, where it is exactly, how many kids are going, has he spoken to other parents. Joe was as cool as a cucumber. He answered the questions smoothly and confidently. My dad ended by saying, "Joe, I look forward to seeing you on Saturday at your farm. I think we will all have a great time. I'll bring my girls though, and we can see you there." The next part is a bit of a blur to me. I'm not sure how we ended up driving in convoy with about 3 other dads and their kids from the pool. It was so exciting. My dad had the map book, leading the convoy to the best farm in the world. We drove about an hour out of town, and we arrived at the derelict farmhouse. No animals, no corn, no swimming pool. Just this run-down, isolated, scary-looking farmhouse in the middle of nowhere. I remember being really confused. My dad must have read the map wrong. All the dads huddle together. We have no idea what they're saying, but they're really angry. We are also angry. We're obviously lost, and it's the dad's fault. Everyone gets in their cars, and I start screaming at my dad about how he deliberately got us lost because he doesn't like Joe, and he didn't want us to have fun. My dad is silent and pensive. After my tantrum, he says to my sister and I in a very calm, deep voice, "Joe is a bad man. He was gonna hurt all of you. Joe is the bad man that your mom is always warning you about. My mother is obsessed with true crime. There is no farm. I'm so happy you girls told me what was going on, because something really bad could have happened to you." His strong voice broke in those last words. The gravity of his tone and the break in his voice made my sister and I realize immediately that he was right and we were in danger. We cried and apologized. He made us promise to tell him if we ever saw Joe again. Joe stayed away from the pool for about a month. As soon as we saw him come through the gate, we quickly got dressed and ran home. When my dad came home from golf, we told him Joe was at the pool again. The next day, we went to the pool with our dad. We were swimming and my dad was sitting on one of the benches to the side. In walks Joe. He comes to the edge of the pool and is calling us. We refuse to go to the edge. He's getting frustrated. My dad gets up and comes to Joe. "Hey buddy, can I chat with you? Right outside, it'll take a moment." Joe physically shrunk. My dad had his hand on Joe's shoulder and was guiding him out of the pool. I can only imagine what my dad did and said to Joe. My dad is a gentleman, but don't mess with his girls. One thing I do know is that Joe was never seen again at our swimming pool. For context, I am a 22-year-old female. While I was living at university by myself, I messaged a man who had a PS2 for sale on Facebook. It was a really good price and looked to be in really good condition. I really should have known that it was too good to be true. Anyway, I messaged him about it and he says he'll drop it off straight after work, and that he's working on a building site near where I live. All good, right? Except he kept saying he will do me a solid and drop it off right to my door, even though I repeatedly said that I would meet him at a nearby car park. He said okay, fine. He wasn't happy about it, but whatever. I was getting my PS2 and I was buzzing about it. So a few hours go by and I walk up the hill to chill with my friend Adam, who's a bloke and the same age as me. I flippantly message that I'm meeting this man for the PS2, and Adam is all like, "You can't just meet a random guy in the car park." I'm also very petite, so I guess if someone wanted to grab me, they could, which was Adam's thinking. I agreed to let Adam come with me, and actually it was a good idea. The man texts me again asking if we're still going to meet and what I'll be wearing. I thought to recognize me, so I tell him what I'll be wearing and what I look like, and then I mention I'll be with a stocky, dark-haired man with a beard. He stops replying and deletes his Facebook account. I never hear from him again. I can't help but think that something dodgy was going to happen, and my friend making me tell the guy I wouldn't be alone prevented it from happening. I am in a professional graduate program for psychology, and in my early to mid-20s. At the start of the academic year, I met a guy named Nate. I thought he was pretty well put together, charming, and sensitive. He was very good at group exercises where we practiced counseling skills. He had a way with words and came off as deeply compassionate. When we first met, I got a strange feeling from him that I couldn't quite put my finger on. However, he was a super charismatic guy with a trusting face and dazzling smile. So, I felt my guard come down. One weekend, we were drinking and watching movies at a mutual friend's house with a small group of people. Nate was very flirty with me and wanted to take shots with me in particular, which my friend Mia noticed. I was later told that he was saying how bad he wanted to hook up with me. By midnight, I was admittedly very drunk and warm and wanted to go change out of my sweater. While I was completely topless, I saw someone walk by out of the corner of my eye. Thinking it was just someone walking to the bathroom, I didn't pay much attention. But then, I noticed the person come back and peer through the doorway. Fortunately, Mia had come to check on me moments before, and saw him looking into the room while I was unclothed. She blocked me from view and yelled at him to get out. I was confused because I thought I had imagined it, even though Mia saw him too. Nate later said that I misperceived the situation, and I believed it and I buried the accident. Before you judge me or anyone else for not coming forward sooner, just know that this man is the king of gaslighting and was able to manipulate all of our professors who are experienced doctors of psychology. After that night, Mia told me why she didn't want to let me go alone when I left to change. Weeks before, she had been at a party with Nate where he took advantage of a drunk girl who could barely walk straight. He would have raped her, but his roommate heard what was going on and stopped him. Apparently, they argued with him for an hour before he agreed to leave the barely conscious girl alone. Then, another woman came forward. She was in a relationship with Nate for 2 months and set boundaries in their sex life because she was saving herself for marriage. She said she didn't even realize they were having sex and didn't want to, but was told by Nate that that was normal and how relationships were supposed to work. Another classmate who was emotionally vulnerable at the time dated Nate for 4 weeks and said that he constantly projected, gaslighted, and manipulated her. When she confronted him about the concerns she had about his alleged behavior towards women, not knowing the severity of it, he berated her for being abusive to him for bringing up things that happened years ago, which is a line he used on multiple women, and makes me think he has past allegations beyond this. He justifies all of his behavior, no matter how egregious, and claims that he is actually the victim. The only person that tried to stand up to Nate, his roommate who stopped his sexual assault on that woman, was discredited and retaliated against by him. He made sure no one would take her seriously and intimidated and manipulated her into staying quiet and not reporting the incident. He has lied to and deceived people to discredit his victims and uses people's personal information and compassions against them. Unfortunately, the professors and managers only see the mask he wears and all love him. I am honestly scared of Nate and believe he is gaining the power of psychology to take advantage of vulnerable people and fulfill his own ego. I know in my gut that he will continue to hurt women, including future patients and students. He has his next hunting ground set too. He was appointed the training assistant of a counseling skills class where his first-year students disclose personal info in order to practice therapy skills. Most of his students will be young, compassionate women who don't know what hit them. I am terrified, so I brought this information, along with witnesses and tons of hard evidence, to the misconduct committee. They're taking it very seriously, and it sounds like this motherfucker actually might be expelled and unable to practice psychology anywhere in the nation. This would be the best outcome. However, he was tipped off that women in our class, including me, are involved in reporting against him. He is emotionally unstable and has a history of retaliation, so that's not great. He has already sent me a text saying that he needs to talk to me before things get out of hand. Right now, he thinks there is no way he will be held accountable for his actions. I truly think he believes he's done nothing wrong, but he has no idea how strong our case is. He's gonna find out he's fucked when they notify him of the formal claim. Then, It's a matter of time before he finds out I initiated the process that's going to bring him down. Kinda scary, but worth it. Nate is the ultimate wolf in sheep's clothing, and it's terrifying to think he could have become a counselor with that much power over vulnerable women. I can't believe a person like this exists, and I am so glad that so many women have come forward to stop him. I live in a small town in Denmark with a population of roughly 3,000 people, where nothing ever really happens, and the following scared the entire town to death. Back in 2005 or so, when I was still in kindergarten, a strange and agitated man who was a father to one of the children came and demanded my teacher that he wanted to see his daughter and take her out of school. My teacher could see in his eyes that something was not right and that he was extremely upset. My teacher therefore denied him to see his daughter, and after a very uncomfortable discussion, the father eventually gave up, walking to his car without looking back, and drove home. My teacher grew very worried and decided to call the local police to go check the family's house. Later that day, it came on the news that the father had murdered his own wife with a gun, and afterwards shot himself in the head. At the time, my best friend lived next door to the family, and he has since told me that he could hear his mother screaming in a very horrifying way, followed by 3 gunshots. A grown man crying his heart out. 10 seconds of silence. And then finally, 1 more gunshot. It creeps me out just to think about this, and I feel so sorry for the daughter who was left an orphan at such an early age in life. I really do not know what would have happened to the daughter if my teacher had not stopped the man from taking her home with him. I hope you're having a decent life, wherever you are, little girl. I am a female, and when I was 19 years old, I was looking for a room to rent in the city I was moving to for college. It was about an hour away from my family. I wasn't having much luck, and my mom started helping me look for a place. She found an ad on Craigslist for a room for $300 in a house, everything included. The homeowner was a man, and he rented the additional rooms upstairs to other women while he lived in the finished basement. The ad stated he rarely ever saw the other roommates because he had a kitchen and his own entrance downstairs, and that he preferred women because he had issues with male roommates in the past partying and causing damage. We decided to take a look since it was the cheapest that we could find in the area. My mom and I went to the house to view it. Decent house, decent neighborhood. We opened the door and it was very welcoming. He was middle-aged and the kitchen and living room were furnished nicely and clean. My mom loves to talk and get to know people, so they were engaged in conversation while I stood there quietly and observed the place. He then said he would show me my room. We head towards the staircase to go up, as I thought, since he said on the phone my room was upstairs with the other roommates. But he opens another door and we follow. He takes us down to the basement and opens a door to a very small room. No closet and no windows. He proceeds to say this is my room, and I'll be sharing the bathroom in the hallway with him, and his bedroom did not have a door on it. I was definitely thinking absolutely not, this is weird, but they were so deep in conversation that I couldn't interject. He then leads us to the upstairs, and shows us the other rooms, which the doors were open, and says that they are currently rented. He then starts telling us elaborate stories about the other women. Not very nice stories, describing drinking problems. My mom was listening intently, but I took the time to investigate further. I looked in all 3 rooms and the bathrooms. There was furniture, but not a single item in there that looked like it belonged to a woman. No clothes or anything. Only men's clothes in one of the closets. He had no problem with me creeping around in his tenants' rooms without their permission. I then heard him tell my mom that he has some of his stuff in their closets, but they don't mind. And I'm just like, why the hell would a tenant pay you for you to use their space as storage? I was feeling really uncomfortable and started moving them back downstairs as they talked. My mom had mentioned when we arrived that her and my dad were going on vacation the next week, but I couldn't go because I had to work. He brought it up again and that I should come by next week and have dinner with him and the roomies to see if we would all get along. I said sure, and we left. As soon as we got in the car, I told my mom I would definitely not be living there. She was dumbfounded. I had to explain to her not only did he lie about the room I would be in, that I was not supposed to be in the basement with him, as well as share a bathroom with him, and he didn't even have a damn door, but also, did she not notice how no one else even lived there? She still didn't get it, and thought I was just being paranoid, and thought he was nice and it was a cheap deal. I had to explain it to my stepdad and get him to tell her, by no means would I be living there. I tried to report the post, but by the time we got home that day, he had removed it. I think he planned on murdering me at dinner, or abducting me and holding me hostage in that basement room that had no way to escape. When I was a child, around 10 years old, my parents ran a construction business. They had several employees on the payroll at any given time, mostly to drive gravel and cement trucks for them. My dad is a kind but naive man who'd often hire friends of friends who were down on their luck, to give them a chance to get back on their feet. It never worked out well, because my dad somehow always got linked up with the scroungiest people. They had a lot of creeps over the years, but I think the worst one might have been Ben. Ben was a friend of my dad's dad, who also worked for us. Ben supposedly had an old work injury that made it difficult for him to work any job where he had to be on his feet all day. My dad's dad begged my dad to give him a job as a driver, and my dad finally agreed. From the day she met him, Ben made my mom extremely uncomfortable. He just had one of those weird vibes that you can't explain, and everyone but my dad picked up on it. Like I said, my dad is extremely naive. My mom wouldn't let me and my younger sister around him for any length of time. We were homeschooled at the time, and my mom worked in the office, so we were around quite a bit. She kept telling my dad that we should let him go, but my dad wouldn't, because he said that he didn't have any legitimate reason to fire him. This is the weird part. Whenever my sister and I were at the office on a slow day, my dad's dad would always try to get us to come over and sit with him and Ben. He would ask, "Don't you want to go for a ride with us in the big truck?" Ben himself wouldn't talk to us, but let my dad's dad handle that. We were shy kids, so we never agreed to it. But he was so damn persistent. It reached a point where it was literally every single time he saw us there. My sister and I would take turns hiding in the bathroom so that we didn't have to be around them. They'd always do it when my mom was out of the room, and they'd back off whenever she was around. My dad was never around when it happened, and I don't think he believed it. I mean, who wants to believe that? My mom eventually had enough and told my dad that Ben had to go. A few years later, we found out that Ben had taken a young girl. My dad's dad had another friend who had a daughter about my age, out for a ride in the truck, and molested her. My dad's dad was enabling him the whole time. I shudder to think what would have happened if my mom hadn't watched out for us. To preface this post, I grew up in an upper middle class family. My dad was a young professional and my mom was next level, taking care of 3 kids and being a GM for my dad. Then, shit hit the fan and they divorced. At this point in time, I was in junior high school. I was either in 7th or 8th grade, and I had recently gotten bus privileges. I was busing to school back and forth on my own with no issues, being an independent teenager and giving my mom a break. She was a single mom with 3 kids. Now, the bus picks me up and drops me off at the exact same spot, at an intersection on a main road, which intersects with my residential road. It's literally a 1-minute walk to my house. Now, growing up, my mom talked to us about stranger danger. Yet, despite that, I led a fairly sheltered life up to that point. I was overall a very talkative, nice kid. I could strike up a conversation with anybody, and usually my guard wasn't really up per se. I tended to trust everyone, even if I met you for the first time. On this fateful late afternoon, the bus dropped me off at the usual spot. I was minding my own business, walking towards my side of the street, when I heard the voice of a woman. Little boy, it's cold outside." I turned around, and that's when I saw the white cargo van. The woman was practically leaning out of the car. She was dressed rather nice. All black, fairly young, nice big smile. The cargo van doors were completely swung open and she was leaning out. I strongly believe in a sixth sense. Your gut, intuition, whatever you want to call it. My gut was telling me to get home, to walk faster, create distance. "It's cold outside. Let us drive you to your house," she said. It was winter, by the way. "No, it's fine. My house is just down the street," I pointed. She was persistent. The van slowed down some more. She was leaning out further. I was practically walking on the gravel at this point. She kept on talking to me, but I was no longer listening. I wanted to get a better look. I wanted to see what she was trying to hide in the cargo van. You see, she was leaning in such a way where she was obstructing my view of what was inside. And as I walked, she kept shifting. I managed to sprint fast enough and get ahead of her. And that is when I saw him. There was a man crouching behind her, just out of view. I remember seeing his body. He was hunched, ready to pounce. When I saw him, that's when everything sank in. They were trying to grab me. I'll never forget the face of that woman. She went from cheerful and happy to sour in an instant. She dropped her acting, slammed the door, and sped off. As an adult, I am convinced this was a planned act of opportunity. Around that time, we had a series of kidnappings in my city and town. All kids my age reportedly with the same white cargo van. In this instance, they followed a bus and just waited for the perfect moment to strike. I could have easily been one of those missing kids on a milk box. I still get chills when I think about it to this day. My friend and I had decided to drive from Philadelphia to Miami Beach. The car's block cracked in North Carolina. This was around 1975, although I could be off by about 14 months or so. I thought it would be an adventure to hitchhike the rest of the way. I remember waiting all night on a godforsaken stretch of highway in Fayetteville, North Carolina. We got a 10-mile ride from some guy with a Prince Valiant haircut, who upon dropping us off said, "I'll probably see you guys in the morning on my way to work." 9 hours later, sure enough, he picked us up in a station wagon filled with vending machine sandwiches. We finally got to the border with South Carolina. That's when a guy, the spitting image of Bundy in retrospect, stopped and asked us where we were going. When I said Miami, he said, "What street?" We were overjoyed that this young guy was going to take us straight to my mother's house in Bay Harbor. Now, I can't prove that this person was Ted Bundy, but what happened was creepy, and I have researched a little and found this happened at the time after Bundy's prison break in Colorado. and at the same time he was supposed to leave to have moved to Florida. Anyway, after we got in the car, he offered us a joint. He didn't want to have any, but told us to toke up. Well, whatever was in the joint was powerful enough to almost paralyze both of us. He then began to start playing with the buttons on the radio, switching stations compulsively almost every few seconds. I began to feel paranoid because I could sense some weirdness exuding from the guy. I was in the front seat and my friend was in the back. We went to a rest stop and he disappeared into the bathroom for about an hour. When we finally got back to the car, he said he had to detour to his bank, and he started to take us through miles of small roads in Georgia. I remember seeing houses on stilts in marshland. He finally stopped in the most remote location, where there was a single building that looked like an abandoned tavern. We were still stoned. He got out of the car and went behind this building. I remember seeing palm trees, and was shocked that palm trees were so far north in Georgia. He got back in the car and had these sunglasses on, and I noticed that he seemed short as he walked back to the car. He said he had to now speak with his lawyer and began to talk about real estate law and the changes in the law that would allow development in this area. And so, we drove for hours and hours until we got to Jacksonville. He pulled the car over on a strip mall-like area and told us there was change in plans. We had to get out here. We were exhausted and hungover from the angel dust or whatever was in that joint. We got a bus station and took a bus the rest of the way to Miami. As I think back, I am almost certain that this man was Ted Bundy. I still see his face, and the time frame and location were exactly right. We were two men, so I don't think we were in any danger. I think he was just enjoying mind-fucking us. When I was around 6 or 7 years old, my brother had a friend from school come over for dinner, along with his mother and her boyfriend. I don't remember much about the boyfriend, except that I didn't like him. He wanted to play airplane with me. You know, where the adult lays on their back with their feet in the air, and the kid lays on their feet and acts like they're flying. He did it in front of everyone. He never tried to get me alone. But still, I didn't like it. I told my parents I didn't like him. And if I recall correctly, I believe they didn't really care for him either. Needless to say, he never came to our house again. Not long after that, my brother's friend's mom went missing and was later found dead. Turns out, he killed her. I have never gotten over it, and the fact that even as a young child, something about this man rubbed me wrong. It still freaks me out to this day. Listen to your gut. There's a reason you get that feeling about a person or a place. In September of 2022, my wife was in her 7th month of pregnancy with our first child. We lived in Ohio at the time, and she wanted a baby shower. Since most of her family and close friends lived in Baltimore, Maryland, we planned that we would travel to Baltimore and have the baby shower there on Saturday, October 19th, 2002. But October 3rd and 4th brought the horrifying realization that a serial killer was on the loose in Baltimore, D.C. area. We naturally re-examined our plans, but decided to go through with them all the same. After all, the likelihood of being this sniper's victim was practically zero from a statistical point of view. My wife and I listened to the news of the Beltway Sniper in the days leading up to our trip. It was getting a bit more scary as the death count rose to 9, and there were 2 additional people who had been wounded. In the 11th hour, we decided we would still go, but we would take the Pennsylvania Turnpike over to I-70, and then I-70 through Hagerstown, Maryland. Then Frederick, Maryland into Baltimore. Around 5 p.m. on Friday, October 18th, 2002, my wife and I picked up my mom and my stepsister and we set out for Baltimore. The trip was going slowly, but was otherwise uneventful. We had used the time to review the plans of what to do when we needed to stop during our trip out. The plan was that we all go together. We don't dilly-dally. We get out of the car and into a building quickly and vice versa, and no one stays in the car alone. Well, as happens eventually, around 12:45 a.m. on Saturday morning, we all needed a restroom break. We pushed off into a rest stop near Frederick and parked right in front of the door to the bathroom facility. The rest area was largely empty, but there was a dark blue late model 4-door sedan parked head-in facing the door to the restroom. I parked next to it and we all quickly reviewed the rules. If I finished first, I would wait for them and we would all return to the car together. We then got out and raced to the restrooms. As I ran into the restroom area, I didn't pay too much attention to the car we parked next to, other than to make sure they didn't open their doors. The night was crisp and full of moisture. I finished first, so I stood out by the exit, but stayed inside the building. The doors and the walls were all glass, so I nervously scanned the parking lot for anything off-looking. Satisfied that there was nothing ominous in the parking lot, I turned my attention to the blue sedan. I travel a lot, so I naturally took note that their license plates were from New Jersey. In the front seat were 2 African-American males. The one behind the steering wheel was middle-aged. He was awake and staring back at me. Next to him was a sleeping teenager. I remember feeling a chill go down my spine as I watched him watching me. At this time, the authorities hadn't released any info on the snipers, and they don't know of the ominous role the car played in their killing spree. So I was ignorant to the danger these two really presented. A few minutes passed before my family returned, and we all ran back into the car. In a flash, we sped away and continued on to our destination. I remember noticing something weird about their trunk. My family was poor growing up, so we sometimes had to pop out a broken lock and couldn't afford to fix it right away, so we would rig the trunk to open using a screwdriver. I remember thinking that that's what they must have done with their trunk. It turns out that was the hole that they shot out through while staying concealed. The baby shower went well, and my wife had fun. We did not go out for meals, but slept and ate at her mom's house in Baltimore. On Sunday morning, it was time to go. We took a much more northern route going home, just to be safe. About a week or so later, once they captured the Beltway Snipers, you can imagine the renewed chills running down my spine when in the newspaper, the face of the man that had been staring at me when we stopped to pee at the rest stop, John Allen Muhammad, was staring back at me again. There was also a photo of the car we had parked next to, and scarier still, the reports that they had been captured in the exact same rest stop where we had parked next to them about a week earlier. I can only assume that the teenage boy had been asleep next to him was Lee Boyd Malvo. Fortunately, they were both in the front seat, and this was where they planned to hide out and sleep, and so wouldn't likely have killed at this rest stop. Therefore, I feel we weren't in any danger during this encounter. But, had it been elsewhere though, we may well very much have been. I had just gotten out of high school, and I was cleaning out my closet. I decided to post an ad on Craigslist. The title, Teen Girl Clothes for Sale. I received a few creepy messages, but nothing too scary. Plus, I needed the money, so I waited a few days for a serious buyer. That's when Annie emails me. Her message said something along the lines of, "Hey, can you meet me in the Walmart parking lot? I'd like to buy all your clothes today." I was so eager to sell them, but I didn't want to go to a parking lot alone, so I asked my mom to come with me, and she agrees. I let Annie know that I can meet any time between 5 and 7. That's when she asked for my phone number, and I gave it to her. Back then, I gave my phone number to anyone who asked. Don't do that. So, I'm texting this girl trying to arrange a time to meet when she tells me that she has to wait for her mom to get home from work so she can drive her to Walmart. I'm immediately relieved because I'm thinking, okay, great. She's bringing her mom. I'm bringing mine. We're meeting in public. All is good. However, all was not good. We agreed to meet up at 6:30 at the far right side of the parking lot. I was excited to get rid of all these clothes and get some money too. We head to the side of Walmart. We park and wait. I text her and let her know that we're there waiting, and the first red flag to leave should have been her reply. Are you alone? What kind of car are you driving? I tell her, and I also let her know that I'm with my mom. No response. At this point it's getting dark, and I'm looking around the parking lot to see if I can find her. That's when I spot him. A young man, not much older than me, in a white Nissan, parked on the aisle before us with his window halfway down, staring directly at us. So I asked my mom, do you see that guy? Why is he staring? How much longer should we wait for Annie? She casually glances in his direction. Up until this point, we had both been on our phones, not paying too much attention to anyone around us. I have since learned about the term situational awareness. Pay attention to your surroundings, people. I figured she would text me when she was almost there, but she hadn't, so I called her. No answer. Then, the man in the aisle rolls his window all the way down, still staring, and starts to blow bubbles. Like, actual bubbles. I can see him holding the container, gently blowing these bubbles in our direction. He pauses and smiles, but not a warm smile, a sinister one. My mom and I take one look at each other, and I start the car. We begin to put the pieces together when we realize that this grown man in front of us is probably Annie. Not only does he have my phone number, but now he knows my car's license plate number. I'm trying my best not to freak out. He sees us pulling out of the parking lot, and he gets out of his car and stares us down while we haul ass out of there. I was praying he wouldn't follow us, and he didn't. I guess seeing me with my mom threw him off. He thought I would be alone, and I'm so grateful that I wasn't. I blocked the number and never got another message from Annie. Needless to say, I didn't end up selling my clothes that day, and I haven't been on Craigslist since. This story from my past happened about 32 years ago in East Texas. My mom and dad divorced when I was 16 years old. My brothers and I lived with my mom. My dad visited us once in a while, but not really on a consistent basis. He was a gambler. That's one of the reasons my parents split up, and tended to not come around when he was broke. But on the rare occasion that he won big, he would visit and spend money on all of us, and then disappear again. My dad said he had a job as a shuttle driver for a local hotel. He told my brothers and me that the shuttle driving was just a cover, that he actually worked for organized crime, which he claimed owned the hotel. He said his real job was to drive out to various places in the area to pick up fugitives running from warrants or otherwise wanted by the law, bring them to the hotel to hide, and then later they would move on by means my dad said he didn't know. My dad was always a blowhard, and always exaggerating or out-and-out lying, so my brothers and I just blew it off and didn't think much of the claim, until something strange happened. My dad disappeared. It was 1988, and I was 22 years old and in college, living at home. I worked as a full-time disc jockey on an overnight shift, 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., at a local radio station. My middle brother was 19 years old, lived in an apartment with a friend, and worked at a nearby Dairy Queen. My youngest brother was 9 and lived at home. One day, my brother called my mom and me and asked us if we knew where my dad was. He says some men came to the Dairy Queen while he was at work and asked him if he'd seen my dad recently. My brother truthfully told them that he hadn't seen or heard from my dad in months, and that he often does that, cuts off contact for months at a time. My brother said these men didn't say who they were, but seemed satisfied and left. My brother wondered if these men or anyone had called to talk to us and ask us where my dad was. We also had not heard from my dad in months. The following day, my brother says the men returned to his work, and this time flashed badges and claimed to be the FBI agents. He says they were aggressive and demanded that my brother tell them where my dad was. My brother kept insisting, truthfully, that he didn't know where my dad was, that the last time he heard, he worked at a local hotel as a shuttle driver. But the experience upset him, and he called my mom and me again. Upset, my mom called the hotel where my dad worked. The man she spoke to said my dad had disappeared weeks ago, and he had no idea where he went. The following day, my brother was at work when his roommate called and said that someone had apparently been in their apartment. The roommate claimed that when he got home from work, he found the sliding glass door open and the place ransacked, but nothing appeared to be missing. My brother, very upset, went to his apartment and found that in fact his address book was missing from the breakfast nook, and a teddy bear he recently bought for his son, and a photo of his son were all missing from his bedroom. Now, my brother and mom and I were beside ourselves with anger, fear, and paranoia. We went to the local FBI office to complain that the FBI had done this, and to tell them once and for all, my brother does not know where my dad is. Well, as you might have guessed, the FBI claimed no knowledge of the event, and claimed that they were not looking for my dad. They said none of their agents had contacted my brother. Furthermore, when my mother told them my dad had claimed that he worked for organized crime, the FBI would neither confirm nor deny that the hotel had ties to organized crime, or that there was an investigation going on. My mom called the hotel again and told the manager that men were looking for my dad, that they were terrorizing my brother, and flat out asked the guy if there was any truth to my dad's claim to be working for organized crime. The man laughed and told her, "There's no such thing as the mafia." While we were trying to make sense of all these weird details, we kept wondering why my brother was being harassed, but not my mother or me. That is when I was reminded of a weird event I had happen to me about 2 to 3 weeks prior. Because I worked overnight, I was often wide awake in the middle of my night on my days off, with nothing to do. One night, I went to the local cable TV company where my friend worked as a computer system operator, to hang out with him for a few hours and BS a little. At about 3:30 a.m., he had a big computer job to do, so it was time for me to go home, so I left. As soon as I pulled out from the company's driveway, a car was immediately behind me, tailgating me. I mean, he was on me so quickly, it scared the crap out of me. The car seemed to just appear out of nowhere. He also had his high beams on and was blinding me, and I couldn't make out anything about the car behind me. I couldn't see inside to see how many people were in the car, what they looked like, or anything. I couldn't even see what kind of car it was. I changed lanes to let the tailgater pass, but he changed lanes with me. I moved again, and he again moved. He was tailgating me and blinding me, and now seemed to be following me. I stopped at the intersection and got in the left turning lane with my signal on, and he got behind me. Since there was no other traffic at all anywhere around, when the light changed, I zoomed across the intersection, streaked across all lanes of traffic, into the far right lane, went through the intersection trying to lose him. He followed me. Now it was absolutely clear that he was for sure following me. I cut into the nearby neighborhood and tried to lose him, but he kept following me anyway. I finally managed to zoom back out of the intersection and crossed over and went to the 7-Eleven at the corner, and jumped out and ran inside and yelled to the clerk that someone was following me. As I did, I saw the car that was following me cut through the parking lot of the 7-Eleven, and for the first time, I got a good look at the car. It was a late model, tan-colored 4-door, and there were 2 white guys in it. The clerk just blew me off and said I was exaggerating, that it was probably just kids messing with me and to let it go. I left, but I was still spooked by it, and didn't want to go straight home. I was afraid they might follow me, and I didn't want them to know where I lived. So, I went to my workplace. I knew that the disc jockey on the air that night would be my friend Paula, so I decided to go visit her on the air for a little while and hang out and calm down. I told her what happened, and hung out for about 2 hours. She also felt it was probably some punk kids being jerks, and that calmed me down. But when I got home, Now, over 2 hours since this car had harassed me, the damn car was at my house. As I was coming down the streets to my apartments and about to turn right, I saw that car pull out of my apartments, and as it passed me, the sons of bitches flashed their high beams on and off at me. It was them. What the fuck? I panicked and called Paula at the radio station and told her what happened. She was freaked. She was like, "Oh my God, why would they wait for you at home? Who is this? Call the police." I was freaked out as to how they could possibly know where I lived. Why would they wait for 2 hours for me, and then when they finally saw me, flash their lights at me and just leave? I mean, what is going on? But now, remembering that event and putting it together with my brother's FBI visit, an apartment break-in, it seemed obvious that it was all tied together. I hadn't thought about it before, but now I remembered. My car was actually my dad's car. He gave it to me about 2 months earlier when he got a new one. So if someone had been looking for my dad, they might have thought that I was him. And when they saw me coming home, realized I'm not him and just left. But who was messing with us and why? Where was my dad? Why are all these people harassing us? My mom, my brother, and I went to the local police and filed a missing persons report and a complaint. We spoke to a very nice detective. About 5 days later, we got a call from the detective. He had solved the whole strange case. It turns out, my dad disappeared because he owed his employers more than $50,000 in gambling debts. The detective confirmed that my dad did work for some unsavory characters, but said they weren't organized crime per se. He said my dad was hiding out in Nevada, and that he had spoken to him, and he was alive and well but hiding. We asked, then who the hell were those men, and why were they bothering my brother? The detective explained that it's not uncommon for unsavory bounty hunters and debt collectors to impersonate law enforcement and call and harass people. My brother asked, how did they get in his apartment? The detective said a sliding glass door is easy peasy to open, and they probably stole the address book hoping it would have my dad's contact information in it. They stole the teddy bear and pictures to use to scare my brother, which worked. I asked the detective why the men only harassed my brother and not my mom and me. The detective said because my dad had used my brother as a reference on his job application at the hotel and gave my brother's address and phone number. The FBI agents probably figured he was close to my dad and either maintained contact with him or, if threatened, would contact him. So, my dad eventually turned back up in town and acting like nothing had ever happened. He never spoke of the incident and we never brought it back up. I guess he got the money he owed them. I don't know. But that's my story. Thank you for reading. This happened in 1992. My mother was going through a bad patch in her marriage and chemotherapy for breast cancer. We lived in a very quiet town where residential areas only had small markets. For everything else, including pharmacy and public calls, we had to go to the main market, which was almost 3.5 miles from our house. My mother, who was going through some tough times given my father's complete disconnection with us, she used to call her brother for advice and catharsis, who lived in another city. For those calls, she would go to the public call office, which was run by 2 weird men. The same market had the pharmacy where my mother would buy all of her medicines. I was 11, and my older sister was 17. One evening, my mother, along with my sister, went to the PCO to talk to my uncle. I don't remember why, but I think my father asked her to leave the house, and she wanted to discuss her options. She was in distress and didn't realize it was already late when she finished the call. The market was closed, so was the public transport. My mom and sis paid the bill and started their walk home on the path next to the main road. The 2 PCO owners closed the PCO and started following them, one on foot right behind them trying to offer a ride, and the other on a bicycle next to them on the deserted main road. My mother strictly refused, held my sister's hand tightly, and started walking as fast as she could when a white van appeared on the service road and started slowly driving next to them. The PCO guys had already arranged a ride with some really bad intentions and didn't seem to go away. They were probably waiting for them to get off the main road to strike. On the next turn, 2 men came from the opposite side on the footpath, and to my mother's relief, it was the pharmacist and his friend, who were returning to pick his car up from the shop's parking lot after a walk. They saw the men and the van and immediately realized what was going on. They stopped, said hello, and asked if she needed help. They agreed to walk them home. The PCO men fled upon seeing the guys. The kind pharmacist saw my mother and sister to the safety of our house, and my mother never went to that PCO ever again. This happened to me 8 years ago in my local supermarket. I, 36-year-old female, am in the queue to pay. It's a Saturday morning, super busy, and I'm on the second line. In front of me, at the till, is a family of 3, a mom, dad, and daughter. Mom and dad are unpacking the trolley, and the daughter is sitting in the trolley seat facing me. Behind me are 2 men, and they're making me super uncomfortable, standing way too close to me. You know when you feel someone before you see them? It was kind of like that. I was facing the daughter, and she looked super uncomfortable, making herself smaller, and kept looking over her shoulder at her dad. I turn around, and these men are waving and smiling, trying to get her attention. Then, the one guy reaches around me and touches her foot. He did it in such a familiar way that I thought he must know the family. She flinched away. He does it again. She quietly says, "Daddy." Dad swings around and says in a booming voice something along the lines of, "What the hell, dude? Don't touch my daughter." This weirdo is like, "But we want to be friends." Dad is like, "I don't know you. Back off." At that point, I realize that they don't know each other and instantly go into mommy mode. Dad goes back to unpacking the trolley, and I position myself between the 2 guys and the daughter, completely blocking access. Believe it or not, he tries to get her attention again, so I say really loudly, "You are so lucky that you have such a brave and strong daddy. Look how he is protecting you from these bad men." The dad looks at me, and we have a silent conversation with our eyes. They pack up and leave quickly. I thought it was over. The girl is safe. As I'm unpacking my trolley, I suddenly notice that one of the men has moved around and is standing at the end of the till. You know, where you pack your groceries into bags. Staring at me with pure malice. The other guy was still standing behind me in the queue, my trolley between us. I won't lie, in that moment, I felt intimidated and terrified. I'm not a small woman. I'm tallish, with very broad shoulders and quite strong. Side note, someone told me the other day that I'm definitely not fart dust, translated from Afrikaans, but super funny. What it means is I'm not small. Anyway, in my trolley is 15 kilograms of dog food. My adrenaline is pumping. I need to show these guys that I'm not an easy target. I make eye contact with the aggressor at the end of the till, and I lift this bag of dog food up like it's a roll of toilet paper. My facial expression doesn't change. No strain, no tension. Just deep and dark. He keeps eye contact with me. Now, I'm angry. The fear is gone. I pay and he blocks my exit from the till. I bump him lightly with my trolley. He laughs menacingly and moves out of the way. I decide not to go straight to my car. I walk around the mall a bit, and every time I turn around, they're right there, now with a 3rd guy. They're not even hiding the fact that they're following me. The one guy makes a motion of cutting my neck. Fuck this. I start making my way to the security desk. When I get there and turn around, they're gone. I tell security everything. They recommend that I let the supermarket know as well. Give them my till number so they can review the security tape, etc. A guard escorted me to my car. I drove home the long way, checking my rearview mirror constantly. I never saw them again, but to be honest, I stopped going to that supermarket, partly because of that. but mainly because their prices are not competitive and my dogs become fussy eaters. So this is a story from around 10 years ago. At the time, I was about 16 or 17 years old, but I recently discovered this subreddit, and it instantly brought these memories flooding back to me. At the time, I kind of just brushed it off, because nothing bad ended up happening to me, and put it down to, I guess shit just happens to you when you're a woman walking alone at night. But looking back now, I realize how creepy it really was. I was coming home on my own on a Thursday night, after getting out at a pub with some friends. We had been out a little more centrally in the city, so I had to take a bus on my own to get home to my residential neighborhood. I had done this route hundreds of times, so I didn't see it as being particularly dangerous, especially as I live in a fairly nice neighborhood. It was only about 11 p.m., but because I lived in a residential area, when I got off my bus at my stop, it was absolutely dead, and there was no one around. Again, this didn't spook me, particularly as it's only a 5 to 10 minute walk from the bus stop to my house. As I turned down a long residential street that leads towards my house, I noticed a guy walking further down the street. This put me a little on edge, but I was reassured by the fact that he had his back to me and was walking away from me down the street. As I kept walking down the street, I noticed the guy turn around and clock me. That's fine, I thought. I always turn around when I hear someone walking behind me at night, so nothing weird about that. But I noticed as we got further and further down the street, he kept doing it. He kept checking that I was still walking in the same direction as him. At this point, I'm starting to get pretty freaked out, particularly as I'm painfully aware that we are the only two people around. Just as I was weighing up what I should do, he turned down the path of one of the houses to our right, and I breathed a sigh of relief. He was going into his house. I was just being paranoid the whole time. The houses in my area were terraced, with the front doors being kind of embedded into an enclave at the front of the house. What this means is that from where I was standing, about 50 feet away, I couldn't actually see the front door of his house, as it was obscured by the wall. However, I saw him walk down the path and disappear into the front door enclave, so my logical conclusion was that he was letting himself into his house. I can't describe what made me feel like this, but after that initial feeling of relief wore off, I suddenly got this bad feeling, so I stopped walking and just stood there. There was this tiny voice in my head that said, "What if he's just faking you out?" The feeling became so strong that I stepped off the pavement and ducked down behind a parked car and just waited. After a couple minutes of crouching behind the car, staring at the house, I saw movement and my heart stopped. The man came back down the path, out into the street, and was looking around, looking for me. He must have been waiting for me in the doorway, knowing that if I kept walking I wouldn't see him until it was too late. Unfortunately for him, his hiding place also meant that he couldn't see me, so when I didn't walk past as he had anticipated, he had to come back out into the street to try and work out where I was. Looking back, I probably should have called the police at this point, but as a scared teenager, my fight or flight brain took over, and I sprinted down one of the roads running perpendicular to the street that we were on, as I knew I could use it to take a slightly longer route home. I didn't stop running until I got home, where I quickly double-locked the door behind me. Amazingly, I didn't even think to wake up anyone in my family. I literally just went to bed, and then woke up the next morning and went to school. I dread to think what would have happened if I hadn't just suddenly got a bad feeling and stopped walking. Part of me thinks that on some subconscious level, my brain must have registered not hearing the front door shut after the man had approached it, and therefore triggered an alarm in my head. But I had no perception of this at the time. Lesson learned. Trust your gut. Let me preface this by saying I work in a well-populated town with a low crime rate, and no reason to outright assume any of these actions were what I later found out to be sex trafficking attempts. I work at a popular coffee chain, generally doing afternoon and closing shifts. This night in particular, we had a very young crew for closing, which happens at 10:30 p.m. For reference, we have our shift lead, who is a 19-year-old female who we will call Sarah, myself, a 17-year-old female, my co-worker, another 17-year-old female who we can call Mia, and another co-worker who is 18 years old and also a female, who we will call Dee. It had been a relatively slow night, with only a few loyal regulars dropping by. Both drive-through and the cafe were totally empty, as heavy rainfall had started and no one wanted to be out. I was in the front of the store cleaning, while the rest of my co-workers were in the back of the store, when an older man walks in. He wore odd clothing, a bit strange for the humid weather, full black attire with combat boots, a heavy red jacket, and a beanie on his head obscuring his hair. I brushed it off as protection from the storm and figured he worked outside, and went to ask if he had placed an online order as he stood at the mobile counter. Putting on my customer service voice, I smiled and went through with my standard spiel, but was alarmed when instead of responding, he places a bag on the counter and starts pulling out DVDs. Once he finishes pulling out a stack of 10 or so, he stares past me into the back room where my coworkers were obviously chatting, and then makes a lap around the store, eyeing me the entire time and not speaking a word. He backs out of the front door and walks out to his truck, which I now see is a large black pickup. Freaked the hell out, I stupidly grab the stack of DVDs and run back to my coworkers. They're immediately alarmed by my demeanor and ask me what's wrong. I hold out the DVDs and let them inspect them while I explained what happened. Much to my discomfort, Sarah points out that all the movies are about either murders or kidnappings. Slightly pissed off and extremely uncomfortable, we make the decision to call my manager. He picks up and Sarah explains the situation, while I comfort Dee and Mia, who are freaked out, probably more so than I am at the time. He tells us that there's nothing we can do about it but to call back if anything else happens. So, we hang up and move back to the front of the store as a group. Things go on as usual, but with an air of fear about us. Mia sticks to my side, and Dee to Sarah's. The man's truck had pulled off at that point, but much to my dismay had only pulled into the now-closed grocery store next door that had a clear view into the drive-thru window. A few cars pull through the drive-thru, and I even had a few customers ask if I was alright, due to what I assumed to be my terrified face. I've always had a pretty good intuition about things, and this felt more wrong than anything else I had ever felt. A bit more time passes by, and it's now time for Dee to leave. With the man still in the parking lot next door, we decided it would probably be best for her boyfriend, we'll call him Daniel, to pick her up. This wasn't an irregular occurrence, and we didn't want him following her home. Mia then points out that a van had been sitting in the back of the parking lot for almost an hour at that point, which we had not noticed previously. Another gut feeling hits, and I make the decision to lock the door. Daniel tells her he's on the way, and I inform my manager that we close the cafe for peace of mind, which he's fine with as business was slow. Now Sarah and Dee are in the back, and Mia and I are up front. I go about cleaning the machines and trying to make idle chatter to keep her calm, which is no small feat as she jumps every time she hears someone steaming milk. As we're walking away, and I have my back turned to her, she screams mid-sentence, "Get out." Alarmed, I whip around to see where she is standing near the counter close to the drive-thru window, and saw her pointing to a shadowy figure climbing through the window. The next few moments were a blur of adrenaline rushed thinking, and what I can only explain as extreme divine intervention. It genuinely cannot be explained by anything other than some grand divine plan to keep myself and my coworkers alive. Grabbing her arm, I yank Mia behind me and grab the hot bucket of sanitizer I had been using to scrub the counters around the machine. I throw the liquid onto him, simultaneously pushing the man out of the window, which he had only had his shoulders through, with a big red bucket now on his head. If you work in food service, you know the ones, the bulky sons of bitches. At this time, Daniel pulls up outside. Mia is now yelling for someone to call the police, and I see Dee in my peripheral running outside to our new visitor. I slam the drive-thru windows, shut and lock them, with the man still laying on the ground struggling to get his bearings. I couldn't tell you how much time had passed. although it couldn't have been more than 15 to 30 seconds before I see Daniel rush the man who was now on his knees and pin him to the ground. Sarah and Mia were now pulling me to the back of the store, with both fighting back sobs and Sarah on the phone with the police. Thankfully, we have some awesome regulars who are also deputies that arrived within 5 minutes of our call and arrested the man. The aftermath was messy, but they eventually pinned him as a member of a local trafficking ring that had been caught years prior and let him out on bail. Oh yeah, and the van in the back that had kept D from leaving in the first place, it hightailed out of the parking lot in the middle of all the action, but was eventually traced back to the people who were also part of the ring. Even though I won't be releasing names or such, as legal proceedings are still happening, but I figured I would tell my story here. I still work here, and I'm very grateful for Daniel, who very well could have saved all our lives in that moment. He managed to keep the man pinned the entire time until the police arrived and disarmed him. The true hero of this story, although I do pride myself on my quick thinking for getting him out of the store. Moral of the story, trust your gut feelings, and always have a steaming hot bucket of sanitizer on hand. Edit. The DVDs. I forgot to mention their relevance, other than scaring the shit out of me. I stated in a comment that the police checked them out during the investigation, which is technically still ongoing, but thought they were blank. In my terms of shitty explanation, to them it looked like he burnt blank DVDs, but unsuccessfully, so whatever was supposed to be on them didn't stick. But they weren't the original DVDs. We never bothered to open them when they were in our hands. Part of me thinks the police are lying to me about it to hide the fact that there was something really bad, but I try not to contemplate on that too much. To preface this story, I'm a paramedic, and I have been for about 10 years. Working in emergency medicine, you get to see the weirdest and the worst of people, so it's not too uncommon for these types of stories to exist. However, in my 10 years, I have never experienced pure terror incarnate like I had about 6 years ago. I will not be revealing specific or identifying details as it pertains to privacy and HIPAA. This may be a bit long, but I hope it's worth the read. About 6 years ago, I moved to another city for work. I worked for a 911 ambulance service that responded to calls in the city, as well as the county, which had a few other small towns. The city itself wasn't a large city. It had less than 100,000 people there. Working for that service required working 24-hour shifts. It wasn't particularly busy. Maybe you'd get 5 to 10 calls in 24 hours, and generally get some decent sleep at night. This city was a pretty rough place, as the oil industry had boomed there, which drew all sorts of folk from around the country to work in the oil fields nearby. One night in January, me and my partner, who was an EMT basic, received a call in the next town over. It was about 2 a.m. when the call came out, and the only information we had was that a person in an apartment called 911 after hearing the downstairs neighbor screaming for help. We responded emergent, as the details were very limited. When we arrived on the scene, police and fire department were already there, and we were getting ready to make entrance into the building with them. The person who called 911 was there and told us which apartment she had heard screaming coming from. We attempted to pound on the door at first to get the resident to come to the door. When no one answered, the fire department got ready to spread the door and make entry. Luckily, the landlord showed up and gave us keys to get into the unit. As we opened the door, the creepiness started. The apartment was pitch black, not a single light, as if no one was home. Police entered first, and with our flashlights we followed. Looking around the apartment, the kitchen and dining room looked like a hoarder's nest. I'm not exaggerating when I say there were literally 5-foot-tall mountains of garbage, food, and dishes in the kitchen, and the same in the living room, but with magazines, clothes, and garbage. This meant there was only a narrow walkway to navigate the apartment. Officers proceeded down the hallway ahead where the bedroom and bathroom was. One of the officers stopped at the bathroom door, as there was light shining from underneath. The officer opened the door and just stood in the hallway. With a flat tone, he said, She's in here. I walked in first into the bathroom. The first thing I notice is the peculiarity of the light in the bathroom. It is a very pale yellow light coming from a single bulb in the ceiling, similar to those old heat lamps that used to be common in bathrooms. The light gave off an odd vibe, as it was just so unnatural. The next thing I notice is the lack of anything in the bathroom. No floor mats, no toilet cover, no towels, no knickknacks, just nothing. Empty. Except the vanity which contained the sink. On top, in the bowl of the sink, were approximately 20 to 30 makeup bottles piled up. Some were opened and leaking, causing there to be powders and liquids everywhere. The last thing I noticed was the body of an elderly woman lying naked in the bathtub. As I walk closer, I can see her lying in her side, nearly in the fetal position. Her skin is pale, and there's about 8 inches of water in the tub. Looking at her face, her eyes are closed, and her head is against the bottom of the tub with her mouth and nose completely submerged under the water. My partner steps in behind me. He suggests we just call the coroner and inform them of the body. 2 officers pile into the bathroom behind my partner, so that there's 4 of us in this tiny bathroom, with me next to the lady in the tub. With me being who I am, I decide to do my due diligence and at least make sure the lady is actually dead. I kneel down next to the tub and reach my arm in and put my fingers on her neck and attempt to check for a cardioid pulse. In an instant, without warning or the slightest hint of movement, the woman springs up out of the tub with the agility and speed of a feral cat. The only reaction I was able to manage was just stand up as quick as possible, and I just stood there staring at her. She stared back at me, eyes wide as can be, before she started screaming at me. She attempted to cover herself with her hands as best she could while sitting in the water still. I quickly look around and notice everyone else who was in the bathroom with me bolted out of there, not a single soul in sight. I try to steel myself and try calming down the lady, telling her who I was and why I was there. She denied screaming and told me she does this every morning as she has some kind of joint condition, and soaking in warm water helps ease her joint pain. Now at this point I have my doubts, and I have to question this woman's sanity. I question her regarding self-harm and address what potentially could be interpreted as suicidal behavior. She denies all of it. The next step is to determine her mental capacity to ensure she is in the right frame of mind to make responsible and appropriate decisions. She answers all my other questions appropriately, and at this point, per the law, she is able to refuse any and all care as she is mentally sound. I ask her if she will at least allow me to check her vitals so I can be sure she is healthy and I can add it to my report. She vehemently refuses and tells me to get out of her house, which she has the right to do. I acknowledge and have her sign a refusal of service form. As I leave the bathroom, my partner and the 2 officers that were waiting in the bathroom with me, along with 2 other officers and firefighters that were waiting in the apartment, are just staring at me with eyes wide and gaping mouths, speechless. I don't say a word, and we all leave the apartment. Once we all got outside, I had the most uneasy, uncontrolled fit of laughter. My partner and the officers start laughing too. I thought I might have shit myself. My partner told me later that all he remembers is seeing her move, hearing me say, "Oh fuck," which I don't even remember, and running out of the bathroom. I wish I could say that I never saw this lady again, but that would be untrue. Like I said, after this call, I was able to laugh about it once my heart stopped racing. I figured I would never have to see this lady again, and that gave me comfort. I told the story several times to my family, friends, and coworkers, just because of the sheer shock value. This part of the story, I've only told a couple of times, because most probably can't stomach it, so be warned, this will contain some graphic content or imagery. About 3 months after the first call with the bathtub lady, I'm working with another EMT basic partner. Not the same one as before, but he is well aware of the story. So this day is going on like normal, and nightfall comes. I'm hoping to get some sleep, as generally night is a little bit calmer than the daytime. Each of our stations have a few bedrooms with twin beds to allow us to at least sleep somewhat comfortably. I take off my boots and lay down and doze. I always keep my radio turned way up and by my head so I can wake up if we get a call. Sure enough, tones drop on the radio, and I wake up. Looking at the clock, it's around 4 a.m. Radio traffic requests the ambulance for a welfare check on an individual who has not been seen for a while. Me and my partner get up, put our boots on, and start responding to the address. As we get closer, I start recognizing the area. Before I even see the building, I tell my partner, I swear to God, if it's the same fucking lady. He just laughs and we continue. As we pull up on the scene, sure as shit, same fucking building. At this point, my heart starts to race again. A few officers are already on scene. As I get out of the ambulance, one of the officers comes up and tells me, the lady we're here for has a friend that works at the gas station nearby. The friend told 911 that the lady usually comes and visits him every day, but that the friend hasn't seen her in a few weeks. The officer also tells me there's an odor coming from the apartment complex. If you work in EMS or have been around such, you know what that means. If not, then I won't spoil it just yet. I asked the officer if she's familiar with the person, or has heard the story of the last encounter. The officer tells me that she hasn't, but her two co-workers behind her were on the original call with me and are smiling but not saying a word. I tell the officer who the person is and our last run-in with her. The officer just raises her eyebrow a bit and says, okay. As we approach the apartment complex yet again, as I open the main door, you can immediately smell the odor permeating throughout the entire complex. We walk downstairs to the door of this lady's apartment. I bang on the door a few times and shout, ambulance. No response. Officers bang on the door. No response. We try to get a hold of the landlord again to give us access, but he's unavailable. Over the radio, I request the fire department and request they bring the door spreader. The fire department arrives and they come downstairs and set up the door spreader. If you don't know, a door spreader is a tool that the fire department places between the two door jambs and use a lever to start pressing the door jambs apart, freeing the latch from the door frame so you can get in. As they finally get the door open, that awful wafting smell spills out of the apartment. Same thing as last time. Pitch black in the apartment. Piles of garbage all around the apartment 5 feet high that barely allows you to move through. Though this time, it's a bit different. There are thousands of flies buzzing around. Again, the officers enter first, with us following with our flashlights. One of the male officers gets down the hallway to the bathroom and opens the door. He looks back at me, shakes his head, and continues forward. My EMT partner, who is pretty new, is right behind me. I turn to him and tell him to wait in the hallway, and that I'll let him know if I need him. I was trying to be nice and spare him. The officer continues down the hallway towards the bedroom. At this point, the anxiety is increasing, because now we're in uncharted territory, and once again, I have no idea what we're going to find. The officer eventually makes it to the bedroom. I see him shine his light into the bedroom, then uses the bend of his elbow to cover his mouth and nose. He waves me over. As I walk to him, the smell only gets stronger. I peer in the bedroom with my flashlight, and that is when I see her. The bedroom is set up so the bed is right in the middle of the room, with the head pressed against the wall, so there's some space on either side at the foot of the bed. Or at least there would be if her floors weren't filled up to the height of the bed with clothes, magazines, books, food, and garbage. At the foot of the bed, there are 2 large 4-foot piles of random shit that at the base are probably 4 feet in diameter. I know it's hard to visualize, but picture 2 large conical-shaped mounds side by side at the foot of the bed. In the tiny space between the 2 huge mounds and the foot of the bed lies Bathtub Lady. Now this lady is a very small old lady. When I saw her the first time, she maybe weighed 90 pounds. She's also a white lady. Stunned for a moment, I stand there next to the officer and just look. This is the part that gets grotesque. Bathtub Lady is lying perfectly on her back, with her arms folded up and crossed in front of her like you would see a skeleton doing in the movies. Bathtub Lady's skin looks almost like paper. It's dried out and shrunken, turning black and rotting. The level of decomposition from her is one that I hadn't seen before. Her hip bones were visible where the skin had cracked and receded. Her kneecaps were coming through her skin. A few ribs were just barely visible poking through the skin on the sides of her upper abdomen. Her hair was beginning to fall out. Her lips were gone. Her eyes were gone. I got a bit closer to look. All I kept thinking was, if you wake up, this officer's probably going to draw and shoot you in the head. I walked a little closer to look. She was almost perfectly preserved like a mummy. There was absolutely nothing left of her eyes. The sockets were completely empty, with the exception of maggots crawling around in the sockets. From behind me, I hear a couple of quiet, muffled gags. I walk back out to my partner. I tell him, "Sorry, man, but we need the body bad and I need your help." Everyone walks outside to get some fresh air. The officer that was in the bedroom with me gagged a few more times outside, but luckily didn't vomit. The one good thing about this is we had recently been giving these really nice PAPR respirators from FEMA for a recent Ebola outbreak. My partner grabbed the body bag, and I grabbed the 2 PAPRs. We put our gear on and walked back inside. The officer that was with me, like a fucking champ, came back inside as well without a respirator and held the flashlight for us. Me and my partner had to spend 10 minutes just clearing out all the trash so we had enough room to put the body bag down next to the bathtub lady. Once we got enough room, the sketchy part came. If you've ever seen a body with that amount of decomposition, it's very brittle. We attempted to move her over as carefully as we could, as not to break anything. However, when we attempted to move her, she was stuck. I couldn't figure out what was going on. I was at the head, my partner was at the feet trying to move her over. I put my arms down at her back and neck to support her head so it didn't break off. I got down to look as I lifted to see what we were getting stuck on. As I lifted, I saw, but it was already too late. As I lifted, the skin on her back was stuck to the carpet. So as I lifted, it started peeling off her ribs and spine. We had no other choice as we were unable to cut the carpet at this time. As we lifted her up, all the skin came off her back and stayed stuck to the floor, almost like some sick chalk outline, which is when I saw it. What seemed to be like 1,000 maggots crawling around on the inside of her skin between the skin and her neck. We moved her gently into the bag, luckily not breaking anything. We got the bag out and into the ambulance, where we would then transport her to the funeral home with our windows rolled down and emergent, so we wouldn't have to stay in the ambulance as long as possible. So that is my story of Bathtub Lady. Sorry for the gross details. What we figured is she died shortly after our first encounter with her. And I may have been one of the last people in the world to see her alive. I still think about this encounter as an adult. When I was about 10 years old, I was downstairs watching TV late at night with my mom and sisters. Everyone decided to head off to bed, and I was left alone downstairs. I started drifting off, and all of a sudden, someone started banging on our door, hard. I'm talking let me the fuck in hard. I was so scared, I just sat there, frozen, staring at the door like my life depended on it. My dog was lying right next to me, and also just stared. He never barked or moved an inch, which was odd because he always barked at the door. The banging never stopped for what seemed like a solid 5 minutes, but in reality, it was probably only a minute. I looked at my dog, and I think because I finally moved, my dog snapped out of his trance, looked at me for a split second, and jumped up and ran towards the door. He still didn't bark, but instead started turning his head like he was confused. I finally got enough courage to get up and open the blinds to see what was going on, and this young woman, maybe around 20 or 25 years old, was standing there holding her left breast in her hand. It was still attached to her, but she had pretty large breasts, and she was holding it, trying to keep them from sagging, I'm guessing. She had blonde hair, white skin, and was covered in blood. Her shirt was ripped, and her hair was a mess. I remember thinking she may have gotten beat up or was in a car crash. Either way, I immediately went to go open the door. As soon as I went to unlock it, my mom out of nowhere slammed her hand on the door and relocked it. I had no idea she had even come downstairs, let alone walked up behind me. I was so confused on the door and on this woman that she slammed her hand. It was almost as if it knocked me back into reality. The reality of not opening the door for strangers in the middle of the night. I looked up at her, and I could feel my eyes were wide, and I think I even started crying. She put her hand on my shoulder and moved me away from the door. She yelled, "Who is it?" through the door, and the girl yelled back that her boyfriend had beat her up, and they lived in the apartments across the street from us. Mind you, we lived in townhouses in a cul-de-sac. Our unit was all the way in the back where you would start the turn. We were the first unit in the row, but where she pointed out her and her boyfriend's place was at was quite a far ways away from us. My mom then asked for a name, and she said something like Bethany or Stephanie or something like that. I saw my mom hesitate to open the door, but after she yelled, "Please help me," my mom did open the door, stepped out, and pulled it close to shut, but not completely shut. I cracked the door behind her to make sure she was okay, and also see what was going on. The woman that we'll call Bethany kept thanking my mom and asking to come in because she was scared of her boyfriend was going to come after her. My mom refused and explained that she couldn't let her in because of the safety of her 4 kids, but said she would sit out there with her. My mom yelled at me to grab the phone and call the police, so I did. My mom started asking her what happened and what specific unit she lived in. She pointed towards her specific one and told my mom the building number and her unit. The silver SUV pulled up a little later, and she ran towards it yelling, "That's my sister," and then just jumped in. The car sped off without another word from her, or a single word from the sister. My mom looked back at me confused, and came back inside and shut and locked the door. We just stood there and looked at each other. I asked my mom what about the police, and she said she would wait for them downstairs if I wanted to go to bed. I was too scared to leave her, so I waited with her. Once they arrived, my mom explained what happened, and the officer said she did the right thing by not letting her inside. Weird thing is, my dog never barked once until the cops came and knocked on the door. They also explained that they've been receiving similar calls like that in our area recently. Even worse, the next morning we all packed up to go to the grocery store, and as we passed that building, you could tell that the apartment was empty, like no one had been living in it. Maybe they just didn't have any furniture or anything, but still I was terrified. He never came after her that night, and we never saw her or the SUV again. Bethany, or Stephanie, whatever your name was, I hope you're okay, if this was real. But also, if it's not, don't ever knock on my door again. When I was in 6th grade, I was in band. I played clarinet, but I wanted to play the saxophone. But my grandpa had a clarinet, so that's what it ended up being. The band instructor was a middle-aged woman, who I'm going to refer to as Mrs. Frond, so as to protect her identity. Anyways, I didn't have a lot of friends, so I had a lot of extra lessons after school. After a while, she started offering me extra lessons at her house. Even then, that made me uncomfortable, and I just refused. She was pretty persistent though, and would offer at least once a week. Eventually, I just stopped going back for extra lessons. Anyway, one day Miss Frond announced that we had been invited to be in the Christmas parade downtown. Awesome, that's great. The school is literally a year old. It's great for exposure and, best of all, fun for the kids. We're so excited. We all had extra rehearsals, and the school made sure we had whatever we needed. Permission slips were signed. Everything went perfectly. The day of the parade, we all meet at our designated area. As we get dropped off, Miss Frond tells the parents where to pick us up at the end, and her and some parade officials were the ones watching over us as they left. The parade started, and everything goes smoothly, at least from my perspective. I was so nervous there could have been a 5-float pile-up and I wouldn't have noticed. At the end, everyone gets picked up and I'm the last, left alone with Miss Frond. She immediately grabs my hand after the last kid is out of sight and tells me I can call my mom from her house, and she starts booking it, me in tow. I had very little experience being on my own and didn't know how to act in this kind of situation. So despite the fact that I had recently been uncomfortable around her, I went along. Looking back, it probably didn't look that unusual to anyone because she wasn't tall, and I really shot up in the 6th grade, so it's not like I was being dragged. I kept up pretty well. I couldn't tell you where in particular she took me, but it was definitely further out than where everyone else was parked. Her car is the only one in sight, and she starts a beeline towards it. It was one of those dark blue-green SUVs that pretty much everyone had in the late 90s. Suddenly, I hear my name being yelled at me. I turn and see my mom, panting and sprinting towards us. Miss Fran's grip tightens and she speeds up. My mom yanked me from Miss Fran's grip and without a word took me to her car, and we went home where she proceeded to fawn over me, which was weird because I was pretty much ignored 99% of the time. I had no idea what just happened. I never saw Miss Frond in school or heard anything about her ever again. I don't even know her first name to look her up, and my family never spoke about it ever again.